Welcome, everyone.
Recording in
I now call
progress.
this meeting of the Somerville City Council to order. In accordance with Chapter 107 of the Acts of 2023, this meeting of the City Council may be conducted via remote participation. Please note that video and audio of this meeting is being recorded and may be shown live on local access government channels and on the City of Somerville website, and will be available for future review. Will the clerk please call the roll?
This is roll call. Councillor McLaughlin.
Here.
Councillor Davis.
Here.
Councillor Wilson.
Present.
Councillor Said.
Here.
Councillor Scott.
Present.
Councillor Mba.
Present.
Councillor Burnley.
Present.
Councillor Klingon.
Present.
Councillor Strezzo.
Present.
Councillor Pineda-Neufeld.
Present.
Councillor Ewan-Campen.
Here.
With all councillors present, we have a quorum.
Full house. Thank you. Pursuant to Rule 32, let it be known that this City Council salutes the flag of the United States of America. Let us recall our oath to uphold the Constitution and the laws of the Commonwealth to the best of our abilities and understanding. We will begin this meeting with a moment of silence. Are there councillors who wish to say a few words? Councillor Strezzo.
Thank you. I would like to have a moment of silence for Rita Leibowitz Kimmel, mother of President Daniel Kimmel. She passed away unexpectedly on Tuesday, August 6th. She was 91 years young. She had a long and impressive career as a bookkeeper for a variety of businesses, and she took great pride in her work, was frequently regarded by her employees as incredibly sharp, dedicated, and the most organized person on staff. She was a voracious reader. She was a true mahjong shark, and she loved to laugh and talk politics with her family and friends over a glass of wine or a filthy martini. She's survived by her son, Daniel Kimmel, her daughter, Bonnie Kimmel, her granddaughters, and her beloved nephews, and a wealth of extended family and admirers. And a story that the week that her last week on Earth, she was asking each of the nurses that were coming in to care for her if they were registered to vote. That's how devoted she was to this. And in lieu of flowers in honor of her passing, she asked everyone everyone to make sure that they registered to vote. So I'd like to acknowledge her.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Pineda-Neufeld would like to add herself as a sponsor to that. Councillor McLaughlin.
Mr. President, I'd like to recognize Isha Kamara Ware. She's the daughter of Ed Childs, who some of us may know, labor activist with Unite Here. I met Isha and Ed many years ago, back in the old Save Our Somerville days, when we were some young burgeoning activists. Came to a fundraiser of ours at Pizzeria Uno back in Porter Square when that was still around. Didn't know them at all, but they showed up to just help some young activists who were looking to represent their neighborhood, and built a really good relationship with Ed, who I still see around to this day, still fighting the good fight. I know he loved very much his daughter, and I'm very sad to see him have to go through this. I'd like to just read some words that Ed had for his daughter. Like Isha's favorite artists, Billie Holiday and Audre Lorde, Isha dedicated her life to helping others. She had been getting people to join her and volunteering at the women's shelter for years. Isha would have asked for us to volunteer and donate to the place she worked for many years, more recently, and receive help, which is at the women's lunch place. So I'm very sorry to hear of her passing, and I hope Ed's doing well. And I would also just like to acknowledge this is not a death, but unfortunate accident happened today on Broadway and MacArthur Street. A resident was hit by a car and is in serious condition. So don't want to assume the worst, but I would like to keep this person, their thoughts in our minds as we go through this meeting.
And colleagues, I wanted to say a few words about Tom Taylor, who, as many of us know, was the Ward 3 councillor from 1987 until 2013. And September 21st, coming up, would have been Tom's 75th birthday. And his wife, Celia, who all of us know, reached out to let me know that soon one of his daughters, Lori, is going to be married on September 21st, Tom's 75th birthday, and that part of that wedding is going to be a tribute to Tom's life. For all of us in Somerville, we owe an enormous debt of gratitude to Tom. Our city clerk today told me that he tied to be the second longest serving alderman in the city's history. And I've just heard from so many people in Ward 3, but across Somerville, that Tom really was a role model and the type of community leader who never was above anyone. He just represented his neighbors, really stood up for the community. So I just wanted to ask that we all keep Tom and his family in our thoughts tonight. So, and the council would like to add their names. Everyone in the chamber who is able, if you would please rise for a moment of silence for these individuals. Thank you. Please be seated. So, colleagues, after we go through the grants of location and the citations, there are a number of items on the agenda related to the libraries. So we're going to take up items 4.12, 4.2, 4.24, 10.6, and 10.7. All the councilors who introduce those items are going to have an opportunity to speak, and before that I'm going to ask for an update from the administration, just so we know the work that's happened over the last few weeks. After that, we're going to have a very brief the resubmission of the charter from the mayor's office is now before the council. It's on tonight's agenda. That's 7:13. We're just going to have that item be briefly introduced to us, and then we'll refer it to committee for deliberation. After that, we have an election-related item, 7.5, that we need to take up tonight. And I just wanted to note, we also have an executive session related to collective bargaining. We'll take that up before we go into the committee reports. With that,
The next item is item 1.3, approval of the minutes of the regular meeting of July 11th, 2024.
seeing no discussion, that item is approved.
Item 2.1 is a citation by Councilors Mba and Ewan-Campen commending Charles Femino on the auspicious occasion of his retirement after over 30 years of distinguished service to the police department.
Councilors Ewan-Campen and Mba.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to call Chief Femino to confirm. Thank you. Good to see you, Chief. Chief, first I want to ask you, if someone had told you that you will, when you started the job, that you will be this long, like, would you have known? Would you have said yes?
I would have said yes. But I also would have scheduled a psychological exam.
Oh, no, thank you. No, Chief, I just want to say, before I read your citation, that, as you move on to your retirement after a remarkable career of service, I will want to use this moment with the President to offer our profound appreciation, and gratitude, for your leadership, integrity, and unwavering commitment to our community safety and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just hope that, oh no, that deserves an applause. You can. I also just want to add, I know that you've really, also steadfastly handled this department through challenging times, and that is really something that, I'm not sure you are looking forward to that, and I hope that your legacy will be an inspiration to the new police chief, and that he can, center community policing, build a foundation of justice, compassionate policing, accountability, transparency, just the things that every community is looking for. But I just want to say thank you. Before I read your citation, I will let my colleague, President Ewan-Campen, make a comment too.
There's nothing that I can add to that. I just really want to go on record thanking you, Chief Femino, for your service to this community. You stepped up at an extremely difficult time and really have just gone above and beyond, and we are incredibly grateful for everything you've done for the city.
Thank you.
So through you, Madam President, I'm going to read Chief Feminine citation. Be it hereby known to all that the City of Somerville City Council and the Mayor offer their sincerest commendations to Charles Femino on this auspicious occasion of his retirement after over 30 years of distinguished service to the police department. Chief Femino has successfully guided the department through unprecedented challenges with dedication and professionalism, leaving a lasting impact on the department and the city. The city councilors and the mayor offer their congratulations and extend their best wishes for a happy retirement. Congratulations.
I just want to say that this past 3 years, almost 4 years now, have gone by quickly. I know that we've sometimes disagreed on issues, but I think that we've worked through them. The profession itself has changed considerably since I first donned a uniform in 1979 and coming to Somerville in 1984. But one thing that hasn't changed is that, and often I tell officers when they're coming on board, is that the key to success in policing lies with 3 promises. 1, to be truthful at all times, to treat people with dignity and respect at all times, and to take care of yourself, both physically and mentally at all times. And at the end of a career, I tell them that they'll be checking those boxes, and if they successfully are able to check those boxes, then in fact they've had a successful career. And I feel here tonight that I can honestly say I've checked those boxes and I've had a great career. I have no worries and no issues of looking back, and I'm thankful for a culmination of this award tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have something that I want to add here. First of all, I think I heard for the first time there that Chief Femino actually started 5 years in another department, which makes me concerned he was a lateral transfer. We're going to have to look into that. No, in all seriousness, I remember when Chief Femino came on, and I don't think it's any surprise to anybody in the room that I've had my issues, and my focus is on policing here over the last 7 years. My very first conversation with the chief, he acknowledged that we might disagree, but we might agree on more things than folks would expect, and that as long as we both treated each other with respect, we'd be able to work well in the city. And I am thrilled to say that that has been 100% true. He's been just an incredible steward of this department, and I think stewardship is the right word. Stepping in a temporary role that seemed to look a little bit less temporary every year. I will say that I had maybe a series of polite wagers with folks about who would retire first, and I'm honestly torn about how I feel about losing those bets. I'm happy to see you move on from this position. I'm happy to see you actually get to enjoy some time, hopefully. But I can't say enough, even how your conduct in the meeting of the Public Health and Public Safety Committee last night just made me pleased and proud of the work you've done here in Somerville. Probably the worst thing in the world is working for a bunch of elected officials who can be mercurial, let's say, or conflicted. And so you've got not just the conflicting interests of all the people that you're working for in the city, all the constituents here, but also all the opinions sitting around this horseshoe or in the mayor's office. And throughout, I have found the chief's dedication to hearing those interests and to balancing all those interests and to truly following the policy and directives, the goals of the city and executing them. Yeah, certainly not blindly, certainly providing input, providing direction, providing the guidance of so many years of service. But at the end of the day, knowing the assignment, knowing the job, and doing it beautifully. So I got to say, it's been to all of our benefits to have you here in the city for these last few years again. And I can't thank you enough. You're just outstanding, sir. Outstanding.
Councillor Wilson, then Davis.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to thank the chief for years and years of service to the city during a really turbulent time for police here locally and nationally. I know being an interim can be a tough spot, trying to figure out, how bold to be with some things, how much to hold back. I thought you struck a really good balance with that, and I just really appreciate the job you did. I know from speaking to the men and women who've served under you, they really appreciate what you did for the department, and so, yeah, cheers.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pretty much the key points that I thought were really clever and poignant. Chief Femino, you started off by noting that we disagree on a lot of things, and when we have, we've always worked it out. And I couldn't agree more with the words from the good counselor from Ward 2. So I'll just speak in terms of, and your comments, Mr. Chief, last night were I just echo that. It was a moment that really, it was just later in the meeting. It was a long meeting, so if you haven't watched that, go back. But you and I have worked together a good bit directly in my role as chair of the Committee on Legislative Matters, and there are definitely some times when we didn't kind of see the same goal at the end of the day, but you always brought professionalism. I always tried my best to reflect that into you and to your department, everyone, because it hasn't always been you in the chair, often has, and I appreciate that. But from the surveillance technology ordinance to facial recognition ban to our ban on tear gas and regulation of chemical deterrence, and that's the one that really sticks in my memory, because I know that I think, I may be wrong, but I think that's where we probably had the greatest gap in our sort of view on the way forward. And it's also where I think the ordinance changed the most from where we started, and that was in large part because you brought a clear, calm, respectful disagreement, and we listened, and we made a lot of changes to that. And I think where it ended up, I hope it ended up in a good place. But I try and say this every opportunity I have, and I hope you all hear that how much I appreciate and respect the way the department brings that spirit of collaboration into our meetings, because I know it's as the good counsel from Ward 2 said, we can be a difficult bunch to work with at times, and that's just in large part because of the role we're in and the challenges we have. So thank you for always bringing that. Thank you for being that leader and having that flow down into everyone else in your department that I have always seen. And good luck. Congratulations.
Councillor Klingon, then Councillor Pineda-Neufeld.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. Through you, thank you, Chief Femino. As was noted, I mean, you came in back into the department at a really tough time, but I remember 1995 being a really tough time with multiple tragic murders in the city, and you were front and center on those, as well as so you've seen us through many bad times and hopefully some good times. And I just want to thank you for your service. And well, the first question I have for you is, you got the plaque now. Does this mean, so the text and the email went out about my ward meeting next week, and I remember I said at the meeting last year, I said, this will be the last time you see Chief Femino, pretty much like a guarantee, and who would have thought you're probably going to be there next Wednesday, aren't you? Okay, so he just keeps coming back, but I want to share a quick story about Chief Femino. So I got a call from a really upset senior citizen who had been ripped off of $15,000 from a contractor who was supposed to do her siding, and it was a long shot. I said, I'll call the chief and see what I can do. And so I called Chief Femino and I gave him what little details I had of the person, and just based on the last name alone, he was able to track down through familiar through family ties and through through the name, he was able to track down an individual from the Romani community. There was a gentleman he grew up with who was a Rembaro, who is like a leader in those communities. So he called me back and said, yep, the guy's going to meet you. The guy who did the ripped off the old lady is going to meet her, or them, her son. He's going to work out a payment. He's going to pay it back. So I called the senior citizen back, and she was just ecstatic. She was like, I don't know how you did it. And I explained, the chief had some connections. And apparently, a Rambaro is a lot less complicated than civil law. So it worked out in that case. He was able to, so this is the type of thing that having local ties and local roots in the community, that's the type of police work and type of thing that you can't quantify. So that's what we'll be losing. I hope that, with this new chief, that we can maintain the same type of relationships we have with Chief Femino, and how many times he's assisted us, or at least me, in many situations like that. And so I just want to say thank you, and you'll be missed, and I'll see you next Wednesday.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld.
Can't follow that, Councillor Klingon. Chief Femino, you are leaving such big shoes to fill. I'm going to echo my gratitude from my colleagues here for your service to the city. In my short time as a councillor, I have found you to be incredibly transparent, responsive. The care and compassion you show for our residents in our community is incredible. And I see it in the leadership that you pass down through the department, from working with your deputy chiefs to the captains to every officer I talk to and connect with on the streets. The respect they show for our residents and constituents comes from the way in which you model that and model that leadership. So I wanted to say thank you. It's clear, even the new patrol officers that we've been able to interview through the confirmations committee in the last several years, every single one of them has impressed me. That's come through, and it shows the caliber of folks that you're bringing onto the force, training, mentoring, and the care they're showing to our residents. So thank you for your leadership. You're going to be so missed, and I know we'll see you at future meetings.
Colleagues, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Been a while. You can darken my door again.
Get him working out. Look at him.
I know. He's getting soft in his old age.
That citation is approved. Next item, please.
And item 2.2 is a citation by Councilor Strezzo commending Michael Horan, who bravely volunteered his mobile soup kitchen at Ground Zero after the Twin Towers were hit on September 11th, 2001.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yesterday was the anniversary of the September 11th domestic terrorist attack, and we have a resident of Somerville and a family of Somerville who lost a very cherished member of the family and of our greater community in New England, Michael Horan, who was volunteering immediately after Ground Zero, just out of the goodwill to help and do something. And he was there every day. And he passed due to the toxins that he was inhaling and surrounded by in those days and months after. And he died of cancer. And that in itself is a tragedy. And it's a silent loss because of all the other, all those who helped out the days after and months and years after the attack. And so I'd like to sponsor Alicia Gector, who's daughter of Michael Horan, and his widow, Marilyn Horan, to speak.
Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having us. So, you want it up? Okay. I want to speak for just a few sentences about my husband himself. He was an extremely humble person. When he went to Ground Zero as a volunteer, he didn't need to tell anybody about it because it satisfied his inner need to help. And there were thousands of people who wanted to help at Ground Zero on those days. And so he felt very privileged to be able to do that. Yesterday at the 9/11 ceremony, the memorial, he was also, my daughter Alicia spoke about him. And to me, it was a wonderful validation for people being recognized who have passed since 9/11. I think it's general knowledge around the world that almost 3,000 people died immediately on that day. But what's not as well known is that since then, over 4,500 people have died. It has surpassed the number of people who died originally. And it's uncommon to have that mentioned at memorial services. And I've always felt very awkward on that day because of that. I feel that both groups are victims of 9/11, and so they need to be honored together. And yesterday, Somerville achieved that. So I thank you.
Thank you for being here.
I don't really have much to add other than I think one family's tragedy is an opportunity to feel connected to many others, and my mother is really using our family's story to help lift up the stories of so many others who are having a similar experience, people who not only went to help first responders, people who lived in those communities, people who learned in those communities, people who are young, people who are older, or many people are dealing with these repercussions. People are living with serious illnesses, and people are dying of serious illnesses. And so my mom is a role model for me, and I think for many of us, to think about how do we just hold those very vulnerable in our hearts, and make sure that policy follows for taking care of them as well.
Thank you.
Thank you all. That citation is approved.
And the next item will be item 3.1, a grant of location from Eversource to install a total of 239 feet of conduit in High Street from manhole 9411 to a point of pickup at 325 Alewife Brook Parkway, and from manhole 9411 to utility pole 646/8.
This public hearing is open. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? Jackie Duffy.
Hi, how are you tonight?
Very well. How are you, Jackie?
I'm good, thank you. We would like to install approximately 239 feet of conduit on High Street, and this is to provide a new underground electric service to 325 L. Wifebrook Parkway, which will be multiple condos.
Is there anyone else to speak on the item tonight? The public hearing is closed. Any questions or comments from the council? Seeing none, this is approved.
Thank you.
Item 3.2 is a grant of location from Eversource to install a new hip guy and anchor at utility pole 291/11 in Prospect Street.
You want to install a hip guy? Huh. This public hearing is open.
Jackie Duffy.
Hi, Jackie Duffy and Star. We would like to install a new hip guy on pole 291/11. We need to do this to remove the private property stub pole.
We don't have enough hip guys on Prospect Street?
Not that I know of.
This public hearing is closed. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I can assure you there are plenty of hip people of all genders on Prospect Street. Hey, Jackie.
Hi, how are you? That's a good one.
The hip guy there, I was down there and took a look at the pole yesterday. I can't really tell from this drawing where that's going to be anchored.
Where the hip guy is going?
Correct.
It's going directly behind pole 291/11.
Is it going to anchor into the sidewalk there or on the private property?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's a very tight spot, Mr. President. And it's one that I think I want a little bit more information about. It's a very tight sidewalk right there. Right now, the pole, if you go down and take a look at it, is kind of unique. Not in that it leans over, but in that it's actually curved like a banana because of the guy that's attached to the top of it right now and goes back to what looks like a stack of ladders right now on private property. This guy is having to be removed because of the new construction of a condo building, and I just want to make sure we're not leaving the public way in a worse condition because of this work. So I think I'd like to have a little bit of time with this. It might also be a good opportunity to have a discussion about the 134, my apologies, double poles in Somerville, a lot of them in Ward 2. So what I'd ask is that we send this one to committee and that we have a conversation in Public Utilities and Public Works, maybe about just chipping away a few of these 134 double poles and make sure we get some good sidewalk clearance on the hip guy. Thank you.
Typically, these go to license and permits, but given the reason that you've raised and the double pole issue, I'm happy to refer this to Public Works and Public Utilities.
Item 3.3 is a grant of location from Eversource to install 145 feet of conduit in Washington Street and Knowlton Street from manhole 15060 to an approximate point of pickup on Knowlton Street at the northwestern property line for 121 to 123 Washington Street.
This public hearing is open.
Jackie Duffy, Eversource. We'd like to install 145 feet of conduit on Washington Street, then going up Knowlton Street to provide electric service to 121, 123 West Washington Street.
Is there anyone else here to speak on the item? The public hearing is closed. Questions or comments on the item? This is approved.
Thank you.
Item 3.4 is a grant of location from Eversource to install approximately 34 feet of conduit in Glenwood Road from utility pole 184/3 to a point of pickup at 21 Glenwood Road.
This public hearing is open. Ms. Duffy.
Jackie Duffy, Eversource would like to install 34 feet of conduit on Glenwood Road to provide electric service to 21 Glenwood Road, which is a single-family home.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak on the item? Public hearing is closed. Questions, comments? This item is approved. All right, so colleagues, as I said, there are a number of items related to libraries. We're going to start with 4.12, and I'm just going to introduce this as the ward counselor, and then I'm going to ask for an update from the administration. So, Vice President Pineda-Neufeld, if you wouldn't mind.
Madam Clerk, can you read the item?
Yes. Yes, so there were 5 items that we're going to take up together. I'll start with 4.12, and I'll read them all together so that you have them all before you. The first, item 4.12, a resolution by Councilors Ewan-Campen, Said, Klingon, Wilson, Strezzo, Burnley, Pineda, Newfeld, Scott, and Davis, that the administration update this council on the status of the process to provide the resources and programming needed to safely reopen the Central Library during midday hours. We also have item 4.2, an order by Councilor Strezzo that the Director of Libraries and other relevant departments appear before this council's Committee on Equity, Gender, Seniors, Families, and Vulnerable Populations to discuss the plans for the library closing in the middle of the day and what immediate steps are being taken to reopen the library during this time period to best support library staff and patrons. We have item 4.24, an order by Councilor McLaughlin that the Chief of Police and the Chief Fire Engineer provide a record of all calls to first responders regarding incidents at all Somerville Public Library locations since September 1st, 2023. Item 10.6, give me half a second on this one, is a communication by Councilors Scott, Klingon, and Ewan-Campen conveying full support for the Public Library Board of Trustees and Director of Libraries in their efforts to maintain safe and accessible library environments for patrons and employees alike. And item 10.7 is a communication by Councilor Scott, Klingon, and Ewan-Campen conveying an invitation to the public to a community conversation about resources needed to restore full library access, hosted by Somerville's youth community and Somerville Municipal Employees Association members.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Thank you, Madam President. Everyone in Somerville loves our libraries, and especially loves the people who work for our libraries, who make them run. Everyone knows what an incredibly important and irreplaceable public resource our libraries are. I think, as everyone in Somerville knows, a few weeks ago, the day before the school year started or so, the administration announced that the library, the Central Library on Highland, is going to be closed for 2 hours every day right around the time when the high school lets out. I think that some of the initial communication from the administration left a lot of kind of room for speculation in the public, but I think at this point the public really kind of understands the situation. There's been some public reporting on the details that you're welcome to look at, but basically this decision came after a really extended period of kind of ongoing serious challenges at the library with really disruptive behavior, sometimes dangerous behavior, and lots of members of the staff, members of the public, really kind of unsure how to handle these situations and make sure that everyone can visit the library safely. In a few days after that, there was a really important statement from the Municipal Employees Union in support of the workers and really emphasizing the fact that they need additional resources and staff and programming to be able to reopen the library, and all of us want that to happen as fast as humanly possible. So I'm just speaking as the ward councilor representing the Central Library, as someone who goes there all the time with my son, and for the record, I have never had anything but a completely wonderful experience at the library. I'm really advocating, and I know that all of my colleagues are really advocating, to get whatever resources and decisions are needed to make sure that we can get the libraries reopened as soon as humanly possible. So I've asked the administration to give us an update tonight on what has been done over the last couple weeks, where we are in the process, what we can expect going forward, and then I certainly look forward to hearing from my colleagues on their orders as well.
Director Singh.
Through the chair, thank you for this opportunity to provide an update. I also want to thank the city councilors who reached out after the announcement to the mayor's office, to our library leadership, library staff, not only to have a discussion on this important topic, but also to offer support and help. So thank you to everyone who reached out. First, I wanted to start off by saying that we are working to reopen the library during the school dismissal hours as quickly as possible. And I think that is a shared priority that the administration believes in. We believe that the library should be safe and accessible for all our constituents, library staff, patrons, youth, everyone. And so we've been working diligently on short-term and long-term solutions to address the underlying issues. So first, I want to start off by saying that The cameras have been installed at the Central Library. Last week, they were installed. This is a process that has been ongoing for months, so we've been working on procuring the cameras, installing the technology that is compatible with city systems, but we also know that cameras alone will not address or resolve the underlying issues. So some of the steps that we've been working on to address those issues is looking for additional teen spaces, and that is also a shared priority that the administration is prioritizing. We're looking at every available appropriate facility in the city. The main obstacle is finding that appropriate facility, but then also the staffing that is needed to meet the demand of that new facility. We, in the FY25 budget, the mayor included a substantial money in the temporary salaries item that would allow us to meet the staffing needs. For this new teen space, we are, as I mentioned, exploring every appropriate facility, and we look forward to coming back to the council with an update on that facility soon. In the meantime, I do want to flag that there are current teen spaces and programming in the city, and I'd be happy to provide more details on that as a follow-up. We are also working on hiring a library social worker. We're currently in the interviewing process for that position, and the goal for this position is for a social worker in the Central Library who's able to respond to the needs of our community members who need assistance, including our youth. In addition to that, we're working, our library leadership has been working with city and SBS staff to add both indoor and outdoor programming at the Central Library during the dismissal hours to provide positive outlets to our youth. Our youth services team has been conducting youth needs assessment with school and city stakeholders to better understand how we can address the needs of the youth in our community. We have also started conversations with the Children's Cabinet to invite new partners to the table that are focused on youth wellness and safety. So we're looking forward to continuing those conversations and revamping the Children's Cabinet with this focus. These are some of the specifics that we've been working on. Happy to answer any questions or talk to folks offline with details.
I see a number of questions. Just directly, do we have a sense of when the library is going to be able to reopen?
Through the chair, we are working as quickly as possible to meet that goal. The mayor has stated at the school committee meeting that we want to open the library and bring it back to the regular hours as soon as possible. So we're working towards that goal.
Okay. Councilor Strezzo.
Thank you. Mr. President, is it okay if I ask a few questions?
Please.
Thank you. Hi. Through you to Director Singh. How long has the library been reporting unsafe working conditions and issues to the administration? Do you have any idea how long that has been going on? And how long has the administration been in dialogue about that?
Through the chair, thank you for that question, Councilor Strezzo. We, our city staff, including SBS staff, have been meeting with the libraries for months throughout this year to address the safety concerns that have been flagged by our library staff.
Through you, Mr. President, to Director Singh, just months or over a year and a half?
I want to say this, at least this calendar and beginning of this calendar year. I also want to acknowledge through the chair that I I can get more specifics from the staff who've been in those conversations to get you more details on that.
Would love that, Mr. President. And then, Mr. President, through you to Director Singh, you mentioned that you have plans and ideas. What is the timeline and specific dates of when this will happen?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. Councillor, as I mentioned, our goal is to reopen the library to regular hours as soon as possible. We're having conversations with our partners internally, externally, with the library leadership and the board to get to a decision on that as soon as possible.
Through you, Mr. President, to Director Singh. Right, but has the administration set a firm timeline of that to happen? Like, by this date, we plan to have this established. By this date, we plan to be here.
Through the chair, thank you for that question. Our goal is to be able to reopen the library when we think that it is safe for not only the staff, but also the constituents who are accessing the service at the library. It's an ongoing conversation. I don't have a specific date to provide at this point, but please know that this is an urgent priority for this administration.
Mr. President, through you, and you mentioned the Children's Cabinet and the conversation of bringing in the Children's Cabinet. I'm also the liaison, City Council liaison, and the meeting happened this week. We had a dialogue, but there were no decisions made, and happy to update the council as well on that in the next meeting, because I didn't bring my notes, but we can bring that up in the next City Council meeting. But with that, we talked about teen spaces and that, and I know that there was conversation about designating a teen center, and since, Mr. President, my apologies, through you to Director Singh, there was conversation about teen spaces and teen centers, and so with the closing of the Edgerly Teen Center and the sporadic dates and times, when is the timeline of teen centers opening because clearly we know that teens need spaces to be teenagers, and they should have spaces to just expand. And we had that, and we had this great idea of that, and then we didn't, and now we do. So, and as you can tell, that we need to keep our teens busy and happy and healthy. So my question is, what is the timeline for a teen center opening at the Cummings School or at any of our city-owned properties of dates, times? Is there a set, stringent timeline of any of this happening as well?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. Having another teen space for our youth to have a positive outlet is another urgent priority for this administration. We are looking at all our city-owned facilities to find an appropriate facility to open a new teen space. As I mentioned, some of the obstacles is to first be able to identify that appropriate facility, but also making sure that we have the right staffing in place to be able to meet the needs of that facility. So we're working on that urgently, and I'm hoping to come back to this council soon with an update on that. Thank you.
Mr. President, last question, and then happy to open the floor. And thank you for entertaining my questions. Through you to Director Singh. As I recall, I think we were all talking about, or the administration had suggested that possibly the Cummings School was an option for a teen center. Is that still on the table? I know that the Cummings School just down the street from the high school is very close, and I also wanted to know about what about the high school as an option for after-school programming or any accessibility for teens to be able of a space in addition to that, and what a timeline and a strict plan or date of when you plan to hit the targets of these centers or availability or options open. Could you elaborate on that, please?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. To answer your questions about Cummings, I do know that that was one of the facilities that is included in the list of facilities that staff have reviewed to identify an appropriate place for the teen center. So that is we're looking at that as an option. And then to answer your second question, I wanted to highlight that every conversation that we've had on this issue includes our partners at SBS. So they've been involved in these conversations, not just since the announcement, but throughout this year. So we're looking at every solution, every recommendation, and every tool possible.
Really quick, Mr. President, through that about the Cummings School, but through you, Mr. Chair, to the director saying, but didn't the Cummings School, wasn't that just, so when you speak about still opening up the space for the Cummings School, does that mean it would be in addition to the warming center that I believe the school committee this week approved as a warming center, so that would that still be an option for the teen center?
I can address that one, actually. The document that was shared with the school committee, if you're on Prescott Street, looking at the building, where you enter, and to the left is proposed to be the warming center. To the right, the former gymnasium is being evaluated as a teen space. They're separate physical spaces within the Cummings School.
Through the president, I'd be happy to schedule a meeting with our IAM director and other relevant departments to answer some of those specific questions that you have.
Councillor Burnley, and then Councillor Mba.
Thank you, through the chair. I just want to take a moment to give my thoughts on this, given that, quite frankly, I was a bit surprised about this crisis that the city's been going through. And I want to acknowledge that it is a crisis. The issues that the staff at the Somerville Public Libraries are dealing with are real issues. And I think it's really important that the community understands that. You know, I've been looking at, during the previous comments, today's edition of the Cambridge Day. And on the front page, there's an article that says, "Teen violence forces library to cut its hours in Somerville." I just want to read 2 sentences from this article. It starts, "When firecrackers were hurled through the doors of the Somerville's Central Library, the staff knew it was time to respond to years of inappropriate behavior by teens who frequent the library. For 3 weeks, starting in February, teens threw fireworks outside and inside the building, including in the book drop, according to some of the staff." The article goes on to talk about fears of fires breaking out, physical fights happening for the entirety of the year, as well as a meeting that took place with the mayoral staff in March with some of the staff in the library. I want to stress that I think the administration has gone out of their way to be thoughtful about this crisis, to be considerate about how we engage with public safety in the library, and I am very appreciative of that. I think where I feel frustration, and where many people in the community feel frustration, is the lack of transparency and the lack of communication about what has been going on. The fact that a meeting could have taken place in March, and as a counselor, I don't hear anything about it until the day that the hours are changed for the library, and have constituents come to me to ask what is going on, ask me to help change this, is incredibly difficult. I came to this chamber with a group of teens, as well as Councilor Strezzo, and some parents, because those teenagers were outraged that their space had been taken away from them. And the parents who were there were frustrated that they hadn't been given the time to make new accommodations, to adjust their plans, to make sure that their children would have a safe place to go to after school. Now, if there are safety concerns, I am 100% willing to engage with those questions and to work in collaboration with the administration on them. And as I said before to Director Singh, the frustration that I have, and I think a lot of people have had in this community, is the lack of transparent communication about what is going on and the lack of bringing people together so that we can work towards solutions that meet everyone's needs. And I am hopeful that this can be a conversation that gets us to that point. I wish we didn't have to get to this point to have this conversation in the first place, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mba and then Councillor Pineda-Neufeld.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Councillor Brownlee. I'm also very appreciative that this conversation has gone beyond the library administration, because most of the emails that I receive, were directed towards the library administration. So, and to me, the responsibility of behavioral challenges goes beyond library staff. So, one of the things I'm thinking is, now to what extent does the school responsibility for student protection, I don't know why this thing is echoing. To what extent does the school responsibility for student protection and behavior extend after the school bell rings and beyond school property? That is the question that I need, answer for. I know you mentioned about resources, but are the programs and resources for supervision sufficient for the needs? Things that, I don't deserve an immediate answer right now, but those are things you should be taking note of as we unfold this conversation. Each school day ends midday afternoon. The bell rings for the final class, and 1,304 enrolled high school students head out into the city. Some stay behind for school-provided sports, music, debate, and other learning. Some head directly to the programs offered by volunteer and non-profit groups and private organizations. Some go to the library to study. Some have jobs and internships. But it appears that others do not have scheduled or structured activities and are left on their own. So another thing to consider is, to what extent do our school professionals have a good understanding of who the children are in the different groups? That is something that we should be mulling upon. Have we worked with them to identify improvements in the array of after-school activities? Because once we know that, we can see how we can at least bring these kids together. And also, I want to know if there are any already established links between the school supervisory staff with other city agencies like parks and recreation, like library staff as always, and even small businesses and nonprofit, just making sure that we have like social services organization. We are a city that is rich with resources. How do we coordinate all this together to leverage that? And could this relationship be better clarified, so that we can know, like, how do we deliver effective guidance and opportunities for these kids? Once we know what we have, we can better understand. So it's not, I'm not here to, put you on the spot to answer those questions, but this is something that we should be thinking as a collective to address these issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Through the President, thank you so much for your thoughts and feedback. I know we briefly discussed this, and I've given that feedback to the relevant city departments and staff who've been working on this. Please know that every conversation that the city has had to resolve the underlying issues has been in partnership with our SPS administration, but we are continuing to take the recommendations and feedback from the relevant stakeholder and continue to work on resolving this issue together. Thank you.
Councillor Pineda-Neufeld, then Scott, and then Councillor Said.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you to Director Singh, echo the frustration from my colleagues on the situation. I think back to my first year on the council and raising the alarm on the need for a youth center and teen center, and here we are in desperate need of a teen center with not a lot of progress forward. I do have some questions as a follow-up to to what you have mentioned already. Like, I think most of my colleagues, although I'll let them speak for themselves, I found out about the library closure on a Facebook post. Certainly had no idea that that was in the works, and had to scramble to figure out as much information as I could to respond to constituents. Can you speak to communication specifically to parents of school-age children who utilize the library? Has there been any particular specific outreach to parents?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I want to start by saying that the announcement was a decision that we did not take lightly. Leading up to that day of the announcement, we were looking at all the tools that were available to us to see if there are any solutions that can be implemented urgently to not get to that position. So please know that that was not a decision that was made lightly, and with the timing, our communication was not as robust as I recognize could have been. I know that we've continuing to have conversations to be better about that. So your feedback is noted, and I'll be sure to take this back to the team.
Mr. President, through you, can you answer the question about specific outreach to parents in particular?
Through the chair, I will have to speak to staff who were involved in that work to get you that answer. I don't know the answer to that question right now.
Okay. Through you, Mr. President, to the director, has there been any specific outreach and communication to library staff in advance of the communication that went out on social media?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. We have been engaging with our library leadership on this issue, and Mayor and relevant staff who are working on this issue have continued to engage library staff to get their feedback on solutions, recommendations that we need to implement, and wanting to make sure that they have a voice at the table. I will not speak to the specifics of what communication was done. I will have to speak to the relevant staff that were involved to get you an answer to that question.
Mr. President, through you, you've noted a few times that there are city staff that have been particularly involved over the last calendar year with the challenges at the library. Can you share which city staff have been the liaison to our library team?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. This is likely not an exhaustive list, and I'm happy to follow up with the exhaustive list of departments, but I do know our Somerville Police Department, Health and Human Services, Parks and Rec, have SPS, have been, our law department have been involved in the conversations that we've been having over the past few months.
Through you, Mr. President, has there been a particular liaison assigned from the mayor's office to the library?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. This is a urgent priority for the mayor, with all hands on deck. All relevant staff that are in the mayor's office are working on this issue.
Okay, Mr. President, through you, I understand that. I'm just trying to understand, you know, if I were a member of the library staff or part of the executive team, who at the mayor's office am I raising the alarm bells around? I'm trying to understand if there's been one point of contact, or if the challenge is that there's too many points of contact, too many folks we have to run through to make these decisions, which has led to a decision being made the day before school started. Is there one direct point of contact, or has there been a team the whole time?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I can say that the team of relevant city departments who have been working on this issue for months was led by our chief of staff, Nikki Spencer, but the decision was included recommendations from all city staff that was made by the mayor.
Hey, Mr. President, through you, I have one more question. Director Singh, you mentioned, I think, in response to Councilor Strezzo's questions, that the library will reopen when it's safe. Can you share with the council how the mayor's office is defining safe?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. I want to clarify what I meant when I said that was we want to make sure that the staff and patrons and anyone who's accessing the services at the library feel safe, and that is one of the guiding goals that we are keeping in mind as we're having conversations about reopening. All of the, all of the steps that I outlined, whether it's additional teen spaces, whether it's cameras, whether it's additional programming, these are all the steps that we think that we are we're going to have to take in order to address the underlying issue. I don't have a specific definition for you, but I'm happy to follow up with specific departments to better clarify the baseline for reopening.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm all set.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I get started here, I do want to recognize that we have library staff, union members, and the director herself, a union member, I believe, for over 20 years before ascending to her current position here in the chambers tonight. I want to thank them for being here and, of course, for all that they've been going through and everything they're working on. So I did, before I get started, if I could ask one question through you to the director. I heard that the city is working on hiring a library social worker. Adding a mid-year appropriation for a position is usually something that comes to the council. Is this what kind of position is this?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. The social worker position was included in the city's budget proposal.
Okay, so this is just an open position that we've had for a while. Okay, great. So presumably that'll be a union position. I'll have to go back and check the book on that. So thank you for that. So this isn't new resources. This is just filling a vacancy that's been there for at least since the budget season. Okay. All right. So I want to thank some of my colleagues for the questions about Teen Center. I just talked about a friendly wager I made about who was going to retire first. I'm a little terrified to place a friendly wager on whether or not we're going to get a Teen Center before one opens down at Summer Nova. I also want to echo my colleague at large's thanks to the administration, honestly, for avoiding what could be really rash and punitive action in response to this problem. I think I want to speak to my two particular items here, Mr. President, which call for support for our library staff, and that goes to the warning against rash action. I don't want us as a city or an administration to push over or past the input and objections and concerns of our library staff. Our library staff is not the problem. Our library trustees are not the problem. Our library director is absolutely not the problem. And so I think it would be incredibly unfortunate if understandably, many of these people do have union protections. Our director does not, serves at the pleasure of the mayor. I think it would be a big mistake to make any rash changes there and push past in order to get the library open sooner than would be wise or advisable. I do want to also echo the call for more transparency, or maybe the right word here is inclusive leadership. We heard a lot about inclusive leadership styles over the last 3 years from our mayor. And I think having isolated private conversations with Health and Human Services or the police department or individual employees is not really inclusive leadership. I think it's a travesty, honestly, that the city residents, colleagues alike, are learning the most detailed and accurate info on this from Reddit. Although I do thank the Somerville Municipal Employees Association for putting out that statement in the absence of a more substantive release from the city. So to that goal, that's why I put in a co-sponsored resolution with some colleagues to reinforce our support of the staff that are closest to this problem, who have been working this problem for a year and a half or so now, or more. And also to invite the public to a more open conversation. In a similar way that our Public Health and Public Safety Committee last night hosted a really, I think, important discussion about conditions up in Davis Square. I was part of a group that gathered that included Somerville Municipal Employees Association, library staff, and teens who have been protesting at City Hall and even tabling at various events throughout the city over the last week, including at last weekend's Evolution of Hip Hop Festival in Union Square. That group believes that we really do need to have some inclusive leadership around this, and has made the decision to demonstrate some. So that group, right now, there's a planning committee that had a meeting today about it. There is not a set date for that meeting, but the intention is to have a community meeting or town hall that is led by those teens who need the building, and by the Municipal Employees Association and library staff who are at the front line of it. So I'm sorry I don't have a date and location for you, Mr. President, but as soon as that is available, I'll be forwarding that along. And of course, the administration is invited, as well as all members of the community when that happens. So thank you, and thanks everybody for working the problem.
Councillor Said.
Through you, Mr. President. First, I would like to make a few requests. Transparent communication and prior notice to councilors. As colleagues mentioned, I learned about this in a Facebook post. That was, it just created this panic mode, not knowing what to tell parents. It's the first day of school, and it's supposed to be a joyful day. Parents shouldn't be worrying about where their kids are gonna go. And second thing is share regular updates with parents, with school children. As someone who is a parent and also a former teacher at Somerville High School, parents need to be given a heads up, and they need to be given regular updates because they have to plan accordingly. So many parents tell their kids to go to the library until they can pick them up after 4:30, after 5, and they learn on the very first day of school that that is not an option. So that's one that I would like the administration to work on. And the third thing is a timeline on the youth center and team programming. Thank you for sharing that the administration is prioritizing this, but I think that at this point, that's not enough. You have to provide a timeline, and you have to actively start working on this. Teens have been asking for this for years. Today, they are protesting in front of the City Hall, so asking for team programming. I think if we continue to not prioritize this, we would be failing our youth over and over again. I think the pandemic has had real negative consequences on our youth social, emotional, academic development. Enhancing and expanding our youth program is a great way to promote youth leadership, intergenerational connection, and build a sense of belonging. And a lot of those teens, that's what they're asking for. I have worked with them. I have heard that over and over from them. So I urge the administration to really prioritize this. This council has shared during budget season and before that, if there's no building that's available and ready to go, let's use the high school, a gigantic new building that's not being used after school except for some clubs. And let me tell you a reality about after school clubs, because I did see that as one of the options and one of the things you're working on. As a former teacher, a former club advisor, those clubs, teachers are paid for 30 hours, 30 hours a year, per school year, to run those clubs, I think $25 an hour. And the reality is teachers are burned out. And a lot of those clubs do not have advisors. Every year, we're asking more and more from teachers. So as you're thinking about this, please keep this in mind so we're not putting more on our teachers, and this is something they really want to be doing. That's why, again, please prioritize the teen center so we don't find ourselves again in this situation or a different one for the same reasons. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Councillor Klingon and Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, more just a statement on the situation. It's unfortunate. I was also caught off guard from the announcement, but I wasn't totally surprised. I have a family member that used to work there at the library, and I know that that there's been problems for quite some time. My comment was going to be more or less on what's happening with SPS. I'm sorry, yeah, with the high school and being involved. And as we were talking, the clerk forwarded an email from the superintendent, which is pretty detailed, and they actually even have some possible ideas for things that would help. When I think about this issue, and I think about kids and antisocial behavior and the type of things that are happening, I don't know. I was a street kid myself, and you could have had any play. You could have gave me all the teen centers in the world, but I was going to do what I was wanted to do. So if most of the time you go to somewhere like that to you have a captive audience. You can try to pick up girls, whatever it is that teens do. This is about behavior issues. I mean, this is about behaving in a way in the public library that is unacceptable. And I like some of the ideas that the superintendent came up with. I remember when I was a kid, there was a turnstile type situation going into the library, and you swiped your card. I mean, we should be able to figure out, how to hold people accountable with regards to the privilege of being in a library. And so, that's where I come down on this, is that we need to do more, and we need to. It's unfortunate that the idea that we had to close the library is unfortunate. I think I want the librarians to feel safe, and I want them to feel confident, I should say. Not, safe, I don't know if, we'll have to wait and see when the doors open, but the confidence that there are things in place that are going to create some accountability to where they don't feel like it's just a free-for-all, and that they're having to parent kids and ask kids 5 times and possibly worry about their own safety because they've upset somebody. So these are the things that I'm looking at. Yes, we do need a teen center. Yes, we do need more after-school programs. We need options. I think we need to be engaging kids, trying to steer kids in the right way as young as, as 10, and figuring out, the high school, we've funded and have these positions such as there's individuals in the school, counselor types, that are supposed to be able to identify, high-risk children and people who need more supports, and things of that nature. I mean, that's what they do. And this is an extension of the school. I know that it's after school hours, although when I was a kid, to and from school, you could be held liable, accountable in school when, the next day, depending on what you did. And so just getting the kids off the school property doesn't mean they can go fight in Little Peach or Ed Leathers Park or the library and mess around. I think, we need to do more to make sure that these kids are leaving without all kinds of pent-up, anger and emotions that they're then, meeting out in the library. So I hope that we can come to a solution on this. I think there are good ideas out there. I think, and it is unfortunate the library is closed, and I hope we can get it back open during those hours soon. And for those kids that really are there to just do their homework, enjoy, books, computers, whatever they need to do there, and not have to worry about their own safety. Those are the kids and the people in the library that I'm concerned about. So you know, please get it done quickly and just get this worked out, and hopefully, again, they'll come to a mutual agreement to open the library back up. Because again, this is a safety issue for workers, this is a labor issue, and I support the librarians in their plight.
Do you want to respond to that, Director?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for your thoughts on that. I agree that you know, youth are often looking for spaces outside the academic structures. There is a library that is in the high school that is open until 4 that has not been impacted, but we also recognize that we need to give them a variety of positive outlets that they can choose from. On this issue of working with our SPS partners, I wanted to highlight that every incident that has happened at the library, our staff have made SPS staff aware of that and made sure that they are up to date on any cases that are happening at the library. But we also understand that any conversations around interventions, support, or discipline for the students are heavily regulated by privacy laws and concerns for the students. So I'm unable to get into the specifics of that, but I just wanted to highlight that we've been working closely with our SPS partners.
I understand the whole through you, Mr. President. I understand that, you know, we certainly don't want kids' identity is private, but just like if you're going into the building and you're swiping your card, and you know, the librarians obviously know who the kids are in terms of when they check out books. Like they're not completely anonymous in the library if they're checking out books, or even in this situation, even just going into the library. So, you know, I'm just I understand the concerns about targeting and really, you know, focusing on. I think 99% of the kids that go there are just going there to read books and do what they have to do their homework. I do think that, you know, it gets to a point where we have to address the issue, and if that means, you know, you get banned after a certain amount of times, or at least kicked out for the week or something, like those type of things could be in place. And it looks like that's what the superintendent came up with, some decent enough ideas in that realm. And so hopefully I'm looking forward to you all working that out amongst each other with the librarians. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, Mr. President, clearly this is an emotional issue for our city. We've all seen the teenagers and city staff come under criticism over this, and that really saddens me. These are our kids, these are our librarians, but let's be clear, this didn't crop up overnight. You know, the fact we let it get to a point where we had to take such drastic action on the eve of the new school year is a failure. The fact that the Central Library has been overwhelmed like this is proof of that failure. I'm someone who, you know, has repeatedly called for more spaces and programming for youth, but I'll apologize here as part of the City of Somerville government that clearly failed our youth and our librarians. To our librarians, I'm sorry. We failed to act earlier to ensure that you had a safe and respectful workplace. Let's make sure we fix that now. To our city's youth, I'm sorry. We failed you by not giving you places and programs that you need. So I would say let's take this opportunity to address that and do right by our youth with the staff and places and programs that clearly they need. So I'll just urge all of us here in this moment to reflect and commit to doing better. And I'm eager to see the Central Library reopen as a safe third place for everyone in our community of all ages, and a proper workplace for our city employees. Thanks.
So, colleague, we're going to refer all of these to Public Health and Public Safety. So I just want to make sure that if there are any of these items that folks want to speak on, please do. Councillor McLaughlin.
Councillor Strezza, do you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you, actually. Can you send the equity one to equity?
All of these are on the same topic, and I really would prefer to have them in one committee so that we can have a focused conversation. It doesn't work to have multiple conversations
President,
about these.
they're written as equity? Order for
I understand that it is written as equity. I'm going to refer these all to Public Health and Public Safety. Councillor Mba.
Thank you, Mr. President. somebody needs to fix this. There's no, but the clerk needs to add the items, some items that you mentioned that I submitted that was supposed to be part of this. 4.10 that you mentioned, if she can read it and add it to that.
Okay. You'd like the item about the high school to be included
And then
in
also
these.
the same as 4.9 can all be clustered together so that it can all, we don't have to deliberate on that.
Okay, I do want to advise colleagues also, we want to be sure that we're not stepping on the toes of the school committees when we're talking about school-specific issues, but, these items are before us, so let's refer 4.9 and 4.10 as well to public health and public safety. Councilor Kilian.
Can I just make one quick amendment through you, Mr. President, through you? I want to make sure that when I talk about accountability, I'm not just talking about teenagers. There are adults that are doing really bad things in the library, including throwing potted plants at librarians and things of that nature that absolutely need to be addressed, and people need to be, held accountable in those situations as well. Thank you.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know everyone's very interested in this. I will make the meeting committee of the whole if people would like to attend. I have a lot to say. I'll try to not be too long, but I do have a question. Is the mayor here? Is the mayor in the building?
Through the chair, I will have to check.
I just asked because she was here earlier for the resolution, and this is probably one of the biggest issues we're facing right now as a city. I have a lot to say, and I got to put my old man Somerville hat on for a moment and just say, a lot of this isn't new, and it's not just the past few years, it's decades. It was the same way when I was growing up. It was the same way when Councilor Kling was growing up. We're a city, and we have city kids dealing with city problems. And these problems are perpetual. They're cyclical. They come and go in waves. The thing I see that's different now compared to when I grew up is, and I want to conflate this also with the conversation about Davis Square that we're going to have in a little bit, is people have gotten the message in the city that there are no consequences for any actions, that people are afraid to call the police. The police don't want to get involved. People who are victims of crimes don't want to get involved, don't want police involvement. And I'm just seeing now with the few youth who are perpetuating serious violence on people, that they are aware that nothing will happen, that there are no consequences. Just like people in Davis Square are aware that there will be no consequences for anything that they do. And so I do think, the buck stops with the mayor. This is a strong mayor system. And this was the mayor's decision, regardless of what advice was given to her. But I can't condemn her completely when I know that everyone seems to be on this same no cops page. And it seems strange to me, like it's hard for me to visualize, to see this, knowing that the one thing that is actually perpetuating this problem is the thing that nobody wants to talk about, and it's the one thing that's off the table. We cannot possibly have a police detail up at the Somerville Library, because that might be worse than someone coming in with a bloody face begging for help from librarians who are incapable of stopping children from throwing books at them. And the other firecrackers, like that's an incendiary device being set off in a building. So I just want to give voice to that, and I do want to add, I agree with everything my colleagues have been saying about the resources necessary, everything that we need to address the systemic problems, and addressing why a kid would be driven to violence like that. I have compassion and sympathy, even for the aggressors, the people who are perpetuating this violence. And I think about my own life, how I could have been just like those kids. And I see the road they're going down. And I don't think we're doing any favors to them by not acknowledging that these are unacceptable behaviors, because they're going to be turned 25 one day and get arrested, and their life is really going to be over, when we could stop now and say, let's address this now. This is unacceptable behavior. And we don't have to arrest you per se, although I do think a seriously violent crime, I don't know I think that is a rash and punitive measure to assault someone in the middle of the street and then follow them into a library and continue perpetuating violence on them. I have real sympathy for the kids who are doing this, and I hope that we can reach them and get them to realize that they're hurting themselves. They're hurting other people, they're hurting the community, they're hurting themselves as well. But ultimately, my sympathies lie with the true victims. It's the librarians who are victims. It are the other kids who are going there to learn. Like a library, we're talking about other spaces. First of all, and give credit to the mayor, she did open youth centers. They had to close down because of other reasons. The Edgerly School had one. There was an attempt to be made. The mayor hired a social worker. None of us around this horseshoe said we should have a social worker in the library. She made that decision. It hasn't happened yet. And I think all these things, the things to address the long-term problems, are going to take months and years. Are we going to leave the library closed for months and years? And we sat around this horseshoe talking about, last meeting, the digital divide. Like we're talking about the digital divide, how there are youth in the city who don't have access to the internet. Where do we think those kids are getting their internet? They're getting it from the library, and they're being told now that they can't do their homework at the library, that it's not a safe space for them, and that we've given up public spaces. And we think it's a better idea to just close the library to the entire city. The residents are being punished, the youth are being punished, the librarians are being punished, everyone's being punished because we're afraid to face addressing the actual aggressors and deal with the aggression at hand. That's the problem. I just have to speak up and say this, and I wanted to speak last because I was hoping anybody would give voice to this, because I know that it is the thing no one wants to talk about. And I do think that this policy, this belief system, has negatively impacted the city. It's making people feel less safe, and I think we've really strayed, and I don't see anything progressive about closing a library to the public, closing public spaces, and to say that closing a library is the better option than just have a cop go up there between the hours of 2 and 4 p.m., walk around, use the restroom, take out a book, say hello to people. He doesn't have to be up there checking IDs, patting people down, just have a presence there. That's unacceptable, when the reality is they are up there all the time. So people are afraid of escalation, and I would ask, we're afraid, even the police have stated that they don't want to get involved because it might escalate the situation. Who's escalating it? Is it the police, or is it people who have become so emboldened that they will antagonize the police and surround them, which has happened, and throw firecrackers in their vehicles? And just knowing that no one's going to do anything about it because the adults in the city don't want to deal with the kids. I think that is the most punitive and rash measure I can think of, is to just close a public space because we can't handle teenagers. And I think it just says a lot about where we're at as a city, that is the decision that's being made. So, and I do want a final thought too is, this isn't the solution, what I'm talking about. I think everything you all talking about is the long-term solution. There's a short-term solution that can open the library tomorrow. And if that solution is off the table, then I think we all kind of got to bite our tongue and wait this out and wait and see how many months or years we're going to have before the youth and the people in the city are allowed to use a public library.
Colleagues, we're going to refer these all to public health and public safety. I do just, as the ward counselor, I don't want to get into the nuance of this, but I don't want members of the public to think the police are never called to the library. They absolutely are. They absolutely have responded to events. There's a much more nuanced conversation to have about a kind of general policy, but I don't want anyone to be under the impression that there's some policy that the police never go to the library. That is absolutely not the case. Councilor Scott.
Just a quick procedural question, Mr. President. This council received an email from Ellen Jacobs today. She's the head of the Teen Services at Somerville Public Library. It's an incredibly thoughtful and comprehensive email that I think would be helpful for the discussion when it goes to committee, and also just for members of the public. It was just an email to us, so it wasn't a public communication. what would be, I appreciate that it's going to be a meeting of the whole. Do you anticipate that happening before our next council meeting through the president? Or, as in, do we have time to have it submitted as an official communication, or do I need to work with the clerk to somehow get it in the record and get it referred to committee?
Mr. President, I would love to have it before the next council meeting. I think someone else will have to give up their space, though, because I tried to fill out the calendar earlier. There's a lot of other meetings happening, but yes, I'd love to have it before the next council meeting. And just, I do want to point out, Mr. President, in my statement, I acknowledge that the police are up there on a regular basis. So I'm not saying, my point is that they are up there all the time. So how's that different than just having them up there on a regular basis?
Director Singh, on that point.
Through the chair, thank you for your comments, Councillor McLaughlin. I'm looking forward to providing more details on this as this item gets discussed in committee. I do want to say this administration is open to every tool that is available to us in our toolbox. This was a request that was made earlier this year, and we did proactively have a cruiser nearby based on the request that we received from the library. Unfortunately, based on the recommendations of the police department and the experience from that brief period, we did not think that the PD presence was de-escalating the situation. So I do want to say that we have looked at every tool that is available to us and looking forward to discussing this further in committee.
Thank you. And Councillor Scott, I don't know exactly how to get that email before us, but why don't we work with the clerk and make sure that we have a way to do that. Thank you all. And colleagues, I'll just say that this obviously came up at our school committee meeting on Monday. This was not communicated to us tonight, but the way that the mayor ended her remarks was, this is not going to be months. This is going to be sooner than that. And this was not communicated to us by the administration, but that's what was said at the Monday meeting. The expectation was set that this is going to be much sooner than months. So let us all hope that that is the case. Next item, please.
The next item that we'll take out of order is going to be item 7.13, a communication of the mayor conveying recommendations on charter reform.
Excellent. Director Singh.
Through the President, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. I want to thank the Charter Review Committee for the work that has happened on sending the Council's proposal to the administration. I also want to thank the councillors who have reached out to me and discussed the mayor's recommendations that is before you today. I just want to say that this is a shared priority. The administration wants to come to an agreement and be able to send a proposed charter to the legislature as soon as possible. So just wanted to say that I understand the urgency, and that's a shared priority for this administration, and I look forward to discussing our proposed edits to the charter as soon as possible.
Excellent. So, colleagues, it's not my intention to have a detailed conversation about the contents of this. The ball is back in our court. This has obviously taken longer than any of us wanted, but this is the process, right? We now have the recommendations of the mayor, and we are going to come to an agreement, and we are going to reform the charter. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. As chair of the Charter Committee, it doesn't look like the Red Sox are going to be playing much October baseball, but there's going to be action in October. I have put on the calendar a meeting for the Charter Committee of the Whole, live and in chambers here, for October 9th. Please mark your calendars, where we'll go through the document. For anybody who hasn't gotten a chance to read it, it's about 10 pages long, and a good 30% of it is devoted to the 4-year mayor term, but there's lots of meat on the bone, so we'll have plenty to discuss on October 9th. Thanks. At 6 p.m. here in chambers, yes.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, colleagues. Next item.
The next item is going to be item 7.5, a request of the mayor requesting approval to appropriate $37,575 from the Capital Projects Stabilization Fund to procure early and mail-in voting machinery for the Elections Department.
We have Director Salerno in the chambers, but are there any questions on this? I hope it's all being spent on the air dancers. I want more air dancers on election time. Councilor Brindley?
Thanks. Through the chair, at the risk of giving our great director on his soapbox about the wonderful different kinds of voting machines that he talked to us about in previous meetings, are these funds going to any of those new fancy voting machines that you mentioned before, or is this just maintenance costs or something?
Through the chair, thank you for the question, Councilor. These are not new voting machines at all. They are machines that do miracles for our processing system. And we would really be very appreciative if we could get you to, if you would pass this for us, and that it's going to help us immensely for the November presidential election, and the funds are most likely refundable from the state auditor's office.
Thank you. Through the chair, while it is great to hear that Auditor DeZoglio is going to give us our money back, because that's one of my favorite things to hear. And I'll also just note on the record that I'm, as always, really grateful for the Elections Department's great work during this primary. During this great primary, I believe Somerville was probably the first to put out their results, at least in any city with a contested race. So keep up the good work, and I look forward to seeing what you produce. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
That item is approved.
It does require a roll call vote, and it does require 2/3 roll call vote, so I think you're in the name.
All right, colleagues, we need you to vote.
On this item, appropriating $37,575 from the Capital Project Stabilization Fund, Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Said.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Mba. Councilor Birdley.
Aye.
Councilor Klingon. Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 9 councilors in favor, none opposed, and 2 absent, that item is approved.
Excellent.
Thank you all.
Thank you. We're going to take a recess at 9, so let's just go until then.
That is going to return us to the regular order of business, and item 4.1, in order by Councilor Strezzo, that the Director of Health and Human Services provide an update on the availability of free menstrual products in all city-owned bathrooms.
Councilor Strezzo.
Let's send this to Equity, please.
This item is referred to the Committee on Equity.
Item 4.3 is an order by Councilor Strezzo that city councilors have regular visible access to the scheduling of the city council chamber, and that a regular working space be designated for city councilors.
Councilor Strezzo.
Colleagues, I'm thinking of us all here. Madam Clerk, did you wish to discuss this update, or what do you think? Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councilor. Through the President, I did provide a response in writing as item 10-point-something, and it walks through the steps to look at that calendar, and it also notes that pursuant to the rules of the City Council, the chamber is yours to use. So I hope that you will all feel free to do that. If you want to make a room reservation, my office is happy to do that for you so that you've got your space there and everybody knows it's coming. But if at any time you want to use this space, please certainly feel free to do that, and staff are made aware that it is your right to do so.
And I want to thank Madam Clerk, thank you for all of your hard work on this. It really does make the difference. Thank you.
That item is approved.
Item 4.4 is an order by Councilor Strezzo that the Director of Communications discuss the communication plan to address move-in, move-out related discarded furniture, including items left on sidewalks, blocking pedestrian pathways, and restricting public way accessibility.
Councilor Strezzo.
I think we need to figure out some kind of Somerville-centric title for that week of so much discarded furniture all over our sidewalks that is not Alston Brighton Christmas. We need our own Somerville term. I'm sure you've walked around the community with the move-in, move-outs and seen a lot of furniture blocking pathways, forcing residents to go on the street, and strollers, wheelchairs, walkers needing to find alternate paths. And while it's really awesome to sometimes get free items from that, awesome new books, however, this is also it can be an issue. So I'd really like to discuss this and see if there is a plan, and if there should be a plan, and what kind of communication is put out to our new residents or all residents, and can we do something like that? And I'd like to send this to committee. I don't know how. I don't know. I'm open to where it can go, but
ISD director is usually present in public utilities. Let's refer it to public utilities, and Councillor Wilson wishes to speak.
Yeah, Mr. President, I'll suggest Somerville Festivus.
I will just say, my neighbor put all of his move-out stuff in front of my house, and then I got a ticket, and I had to fight it, so they do give tickets for this. Next item, please.
Item 4.5 is a resolution by Councilors Strezzo and Klingon that the administration and relevant city departments discuss an immediate action plan to address the increase of fights happening at Edward Leathers Community Park after students are released from school.
Councilor Strezzo.
yes, so this is happening, and I don't know, it's weird because it's kind of correlated to the other items about teen centers and closed libraries and all the things. So sure would like to have a conversation about this. I'd like to be present in the committee, whichever it's sent to, so I'd like to be part of the dialogue, so I'm open to where this could go, but I think Councillor Klingon would probably want his committee.
Councillor McLaughlin.
Mr. President, another thought, this is another thing that's been happening for years. It is associated with the schools, and I would not be the least bit surprised to find out that kids who can't get into the library have decided to use the park as a fighting place. So they're apparently, anyways, I would love to take it up in public health and safety. We can take it up on the same day, because I do think they're related.
Okay, yeah, we'll refer this to public health and public safety.
Item 4.6 is an order by Councilor Said that the Director of Mobility and the Director of Engineering explore how to make the raised sidewalk located at the intersection of Broadway and Boston Avenue safer.
Councilor Said.
Can we refer this to traffic and parking?
This item is referred to the Committee on Traffic and Parking.
And through you, Mr. President, the next one,
Excellent. The next item is also referred to Traffic and Parking.
if you could be read.
Oh, sure. Can we read the item,
First,
please?
yeah.
Yes, item 4.7 is an order by Councilor Said that the Director of Mobility install a raised crosswalk at the intersection of Boston and Kidder Avenues.
Did you wish to speak on that, or just refer it to committee?
Refer it to committee. Thank you.
That item is referred to committee, and Councilor McLaughlin.
Oh, I do want to comment on this, Mr. President. Just thank the good councilor for bringing this up, because although this is very far from my ward, I have had some ward residents get injured at this intersection running at night. So I appreciate her efforts to address this, and I hope the city takes it seriously.
Next item, please.
Item 4.8 is an order by Councilor Mba that the Director of Inspectional Services and the Commissioner of Public Works appear before this council to discuss the problems of local restaurants complying with the requirements of proper waste handling and contracting for city waste collection.
Councilor Mba.
Thank you, Mr. President. What triggered this board order is because of the city's failure to renew the waste hauling contract for the Haitian Cuisine restaurant on Highland Ave. And I really appreciate you for always being responsive to my calls, to attend to issues in your ward. But this one of particular, it's really something that I want to expand on it, because when I met with the city administration, Director Sack and Director Vegas a few weeks back, we had discussion on various topics generally, and also to get to know each other. They're really amazing folks. We talked about Highland Creole Cuisine, and I was told that they were late in submitting their renewal application, which interrupted their trash waste pickup service. The city has provided them with guidance and financial assistance to sign up with a private hauler. Then Director Vegas and myself asked, if they will get on the city's contract next year if they submit their renewal application in time. After several weeks, the answer I got was no, and that they have not been in good standing, and that OSPCD is working with them and providing financial assistance to enable them to register with the new private hauler. I learned that Highland Cuisine has been operating there for more than 30 years. Instead of focusing on that restaurant, this order is meant to pose the question of how and whether locally owned restaurants in general are encountering the same problems of difficulty in applying for and receiving city trash service contracts. I thought the city doesn't pick up commercial trash, but the general rules and procedure under the Somerville Code of Ordinance, as I dug into, Section 11-34 defines the city's trash collection services in two parts. That the city provides weekly pickup services of normal household waste, defined by type and size, for all buildings, both residential and business, commercial as well. Every property owner and tenant must follow the rules about the size and types of containers to hold waste, their placement outside or inside the building, and the responsibilities to put the barrels on the curb on the pickup day that the city publishes. All buildings with businesses tenants that generate non-household waste as defined in the ordinance and other laws must arrange for additional waste pickup by either two contract types: contracts with private waste services if the business generates large volume of waste, industrial waste or biohazardous waste, which needs special handling and disposal. And for small businesses, including restaurants, the city offers a commercial waste pickup service. These contracts, A, provide for more frequent pickup than the weekly household waste collection, and B, they define the methods for handling food and cooking oil waste and other waste resulting from the processes of the particular business. In addition to its contract, each restaurant must comply with a series of particular rules defined by the Board of Health for handling the various types of food waste, fat, cooking oil waste, and all what defined also in the Somerville Code of Ordinance. These rules also spell out how the waste storage container must be designed and handled to protect against rats. So I'm concerned that this problem may be widespread and other restaurants may be having the same problems because of their language barrier or lack of familiarity with the procedures. I'll be interested to know how our sanitation department, Board of Health, and OSPCD work with small and immigrant businesses to do the paperwork and organize their operations to comply with the rules. And so the question I have that I need answer for, is just a couple. When are the restaurants required to submit the application forms every year? Does the application occur only when they are making a change, such as increasing the number of tables or changing their menus, generating different waste products? Does the contract for waste pickup services have a fixed time period, like 1 or 2 years? Can it be renewed, or is it then a full reapplication and plan required with the Board of Health? The cost of the contract is spelled out in the ordinance. Does it change every year as costs go up? What is the comparison of costs for city commercial service compared to private trash collection service for a standard restaurant operation? If a restaurant business has trouble complying with the terms and conditions providing proper waste handling containers and procedures, or if it received multiple violations, does DPW Sanitation Department then revoke its contract? How frequently does this happen? Can the Department of Sanitation refuse to issue a new contract based on past violations? Does OSPCD have the ability to help a business to remedy violations and reorganize its procedures of waste handling? These are things that I want us to find answers to because of one single issue that came up. I think we now can actually take a deep dive and figure out how to better serve our community, as far as these issues arises. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, so should we refer to this to Public Health, Public Works and Public Utilities?
Sure.
Excellent, thank you, Councillor.
Item 4.11 is a resolution by Councilors Mba and Said that the administration make it easier for residents to host block parties by simplifying and shortening the approval process and take steps to provide monetary awards or grants of $100 for approved block parties.
Councillor Burnley would like to sign on, as would I. Councillor Mba on the item.
Thank you again, Mr. President. This resolution, of myself and Councillor Said came directly from a conversation with one of our community legends, Alex Feldman, who also goes by Alex the Jester. And for anyone watching, and that is new to the city, like my good friend here, it's really nice to, so block parties are outdoor gatherings hosted by neighbors and community organizations for everyone who lives on the street. This initiative aims to address loneliness and promote community, bringing Somerville neighborhoods together to dance, play, and share meals, fostering connection, joy, and better relations with each other. We should be making it easier and not harder for Somerville residents to host them. So I've heard from a number of community members that the application and approval process is long. It needs to be shortened and simplified. Presently, there is no distinct block party form, and the resident must apply for a public event license and answer a long list of questions. Many of the questions are irrelevant for block parties. For example, one resident applied in May and did not get approval until late August. I think that is ridiculous. We can do better, and I hope you will join me and Councillor Say in co-sponsoring and approving this resolution swiftly. Thank you, Mr. President.
Excellent. Councillor Said.
I would like to thank Councillor Mba for sponsoring this resolution, and I would like to add, and a lot of this was already said, but block parties are one of the ways neighbors get to know each other, catch up, and most importantly, build community. And it was brought to my attention by a few Ward 5 constituents who applied for the permits for the block parties, how the process is taking too long. In fact, they've been emailing myself and Councillor Burnley asking for updates, I think since May. They applied in May. So I think this is just to make the process easier, shorter, and also give our neighbors a chance to, time to flyer. There's a lot of work that is put into this, flyering, and also just the general prep for a block party. A lot of them, they have activities for kids, and all that stuff takes time. So let's make this process easier so we can have more of those. And it's actually, they just started, so have fun, everyone, when you go to those.
I want to recognize Councilors Wilson and Davis. But first, I just want to say one quick thing. I love this. I completely agree. Also, the reason that it takes long is because the City Council has to approve them. That's the part that takes a long time. I've conferred with the clerk. She is very glad to submit legislation. I'm going to refer this item to Legislative Matters so that we can work on getting ourselves out of the loop, because that's why it goes from May to October, is because that's when our recess is. Councilor Wilson and Davis.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. Love a block party. Love that we do this as a city. I think this is a really intriguing idea, and if we can figure out a way to do this without taking any public safety shortcuts, I'm definitely here for it. Since I'm not a member of Legislative Matters, is it cool if I just share a few thoughts here?
Please.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. We'll need to figure out, obviously, FY25 budget was approved. We have to figure out, where the funding would come from for whether it's called a stipend, whatever you want to call it. We have to figure out, clearly a process for how these payments would want to make sure there's a firm process in place for issuing these, because as we all know, city issuing payments isn't always a seamless process. With anything Cambridge does, we always have to point out that we don't get to print money like they do. But speaking of Cambridge, my understanding is that the City Council in Cambridge isn't involved in granting public event licenses for block parties there. So, not waiting around. Councilor Campen mentioned the delay, sometimes is us, not us personally, but our meetings. Not wanting to wait around for that, is that a way that we might be able to speed this up? We do delegate our responsibilities to some other people in the city around some things, and I guess I'll pose the question: should we look at doing that with block parties, just in the interest of Sorry, I'm looking at the license and permits chair here. But yeah, I want to name that as a potential solution here. And finally, I'll just say if funding turns out to be an issue, at least for this year, I'll name that you know, a pilot program along these lines might be a pretty good candidate for a participatory budgeting proposal. Coincidentally, that submission window for cycle 2 opens next week. Just naming that. Thanks.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the good councilor at large spoke more eloquently about one of the things I was going to raise, which is like, I'm not sure how the payment would work or if that makes sense. I want to see what the estimate is and how we do that. So, but I would certainly leave that to the good folks in finance. So I guess if it's coming to legislative matters, yeah, well, we know what happens when we try and work with numbers there. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And you noted that it's a challenge of the fact that we are in recess and during what would be a really good block party season. I'll make a quick. I'll share a quick anecdote, and we'll talk more about this in committee, which I chair, so I'll certainly have the opportunity then, so I'll keep it short. Years ago, I was in the really frustrating, unfortunate situation where I had to sort of say no to a request to have a block party approved without process, because some folks on the street reached out to me and said, we don't want this. And, you know, the process was, you know, the request was to do it without it coming to the council, and because somebody objected to it, like I rescheduled for the fall, so because we have a process so that people could raise objections if they wanted to. I don't know if I actually like that process being the case. Like maybe there's, you know, that we can't please everyone, and maybe this is the kind of collective thing that, anyways. That's the only scenario I could see where that might be a challenge we'll have to sort of work through. So, you know, any ideas that folks have or other experiences before we have the opportunity to talk about this in committee, feel free to, you know, if you can pass those along through a submission without breaking any of the open meeting rules or whatever. But yeah, otherwise I fully support that. Block parties are great, and let's make it as easy as is appropriate.
Councilor Burnley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I just want to thank my colleagues from at large in Ward 5 and also at large for their comments and also submitting the items specifically. Very in support, as Councilor Said mentioned. I often get a lot of these emails regarding block parties, how quickly they can be approved, what the holdup is as the chair of licenses and permits, and oftentimes I'll have to say, it's not on our agenda. As a council, we only see things happening when it gets on our agenda or if someone talks to us. And there have been months where individuals have reached out to me and said, hey, I submitted this a while ago, I've already talked to all the departments, like what's the holdup? And I'm like, I don't know. It hasn't gotten to me yet. Where the council is a barrier for the kind of community urgency that is necessary to get some of these block parties going, I'm happy to remove ourselves from that process insofar as it is equitable and safe to do so. There have been instances where I have had conversations with licensees about accessible parking or other kind of issues that, although legally viable, could be improved and have been improved. So I'm sympathetic to those issues as well. But I do want to note another piece of this as well as a frequenter of block parties. To Councilor Mba's point, it's very difficult for the average resident to even know how to get involved with this process. What goes into throwing a block party, who they have to talk to. And I remember going to the Calvin Street block party for multiple years. Great party every year, already happened, see you next year. And some of the folks who do the Calvin Street block party literally have a guide to how to throw a block party that they put together themselves, just from looking through the city's website. As someone who's read that guide, it wasn't always super accurate. There definitely needed some help, but I'm looking forward to putting forward an order next time we're in this chamber to ask the city to put forward some kind of guide as well, because it should not be difficult to find a way to meet your neighbors. It should not be difficult to come together as a community and say, we want to set aside one day a year where we can, or maybe a couple of days a year, where we can meet our neighbors, talk in the streets, have an appropriate amount of fun, and build community. And I think it should not be overly cumbersome for city staff to just lay out the process so that residents can go in it knowing where they're going to end up. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that suggestion from the councilor at large. Just from a process standpoint, and proceed as you will, but I might suggest it strikes me as suggesting that we create a guide as a perfectly appropriate part of a conversation for this order. So perhaps, and the good councilor does serve on legislative matters, so we could have that conversation there, be part of the discussion, and perhaps even if you have a good example, you could bring it along to the meeting through the president to the councilor at large, and we could bring it up. I'm happy to allow that as part of the conversation too. It strikes me as fully appropriate.
Councilor Scott.
Mr. President, this is easily going to be the most fun I have in legislative matters in a year. Thank you.
I also just briefly want to opine. So the city of Cambridge recently started granting, I think it's $300 for people who apply for block parties, and I was able to speak actually with the person who administers that program, who really told me it was transformational in who could apply to have block parties. People who had never ever considered it before, knowing, oh, I could just order a bunch of pizzas and actually do this. I don't need to worry about the financial implications of that. So I'm really, really supportive of the money part, despite the fact that it is logistically difficult. Councilor Wells, Clerk Wells.
Through the president to all of the counselors who have weighed in, I am the administration in this case. Like, this work is all on me, and I'm very happy to do it because I think it is going to go a long way towards, transparency of process and efficiency of process, and those are two of my favorite things in the world. I would like to just ask that we hold off on the guide stuff until we sort out a process, and then, I would be happy to make a guide.
All right, colleagues, we're going to take our recess, but before we do, I'd like to vote for us to go into executive session. We have staff that is waiting to give us an update on collective bargaining, so I'd like to vote for us to go into executive session for the purpose of receiving an update on the status of collective bargaining, and we'll read that item in a moment, and then we will take a 10-minute recess and convene in executive session.
And this is item 7.1, a request of the mayor requesting that this council convene an executive session to receive an update on the status of collective bargaining negotiations with all municipal bargaining units. On that item, Councilor McLaughlin. Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Said.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Yes.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo.
Yes.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 councilors in favor, none opposed, and 1 absent, that item is approved, and this council will be in recess for executive session.
Excellent, and we will reconvene in open session after, and colleagues, let's meet in executive session at 9:20, please. right, colleagues, we're back in session. Colleagues, before we get back to it, I just want to note it's 10:15. We have a bunch of committee reports. Please keep them as short as you can. And no votes were taken in executive session. Thank you.
And we'll take roll call now that we are back. Counselor McLaughlin. Counselor Davis.
Here.
Counselor Wilson.
Present.
Counselor Said.
Here.
Counselor Scott.
Present.
Counselor Mba. Counselor Burnley.
Aye.
Counselor Klingon.
Present.
Counselor Strezzo. Present. Counselor Pineda-Newfeld.
Present.
Counselor Ewan-Kempen.
Present.
With all counselors present, we have a quorum.
Excellent.
All right, and that will, I believe, return us to the regular order of business, which is item 4.13.
We'll waive the reading and refer this to traffic and parking, please.
Item 4.14 is an order by Councilors Klingon and McLaughlin that the city solicitor review ordinance 11-038, rodent control, and provide opinions for the next meeting of this council's special committee on rodent issues on whether city inspectors may enter onto private property, how much time must elapse subsequent to the issuance of a citation for the city to cause the work to be performed and charge the owner of the property and place a lien against the property for expenses incurred, and the minimum amount of time that may be imposed pursuant to section 11-038E.
Councilor Klingon.
Can we just take up 4.15 and 4.16 at the same time?
You want to read them as well?
Yeah.
Item 4.15 is an order by Councilors Klingon and McLaughlin that the Directors of Constituent Services, Inspectional Services, and Health and Human Services jointly prepare a written report for the next meeting of this Council's Special Committee on Rodent Issues on the number of rodent complaints received from January 1st, 2024 to date, including the information detailed within. Item 4.16 is an order by Councilors Klingon and McLaughlin that the Environmental Health Manager prepare a written report for the next meeting of this Council's Special Committee on Rodent Issues on the number of residential rodent control assistance program requests submitted from January 1st, 2024 to date, including the average waiting time for inspections and bait station installation, and a plan of action to expedite the process.
Councilor Klingon.
Thank you, Mr. President, through you. So this comes from a very frustrated, in conjunction with myself and a very frustrated constituent. You know, I find myself frustrated. I share this frustration. I think I want to, I'd like to drill down on some of these issues as far as accountability goes. I know that the rodent inspectional service does as best they can with the staff that they have, but if we don't have follow-up and we don't have constant accountability to homeowners who aren't doing what they're supposed to do, or businesses, then just nothing gets done. And I think people feel like, essentially everyone's just throwing their hands up and saying, we the problem's too big, or whatever the case may be. So I think I'd like to get a sense of how we're doing in terms of our rodent, not only the eradication, but also the frequency at which we're able to do follow-up and follow through on what the inspectional services feels that homeowners are supposed to be doing around rodent treatments and getting rid of burrows and so on. So I think this is a good start, just to get some information and kind of go from there, see where we're lacking. I think everyone will agree rats are a major problem in the city, and I don't think we have enough staff in terms of inspectors, people being able to go out and stay on top of all these problem properties. So I think it's the residents, many residents are extremely frustrated with the way things are being handled and the way we're trying to enforce the rules and laws that we have on the books. So I'd like these to go to the rodent committee, and that's it.
These items are referred to the rodent committee.
Item 4.17 is an order by Councilors Pineda-Newfeld and Ewan-Kempen that the Director of Infrastructure and Asset Management provide an update on the Construction Advisory Group for the planned construction project to replace the Winter Hill and Brown schools.
Mr. President, we can waive the readings of, now 4.18 to 4.22 and send all of these plus 4.17 to the School Buildings Committee, please.
Thank you very much. These items are referred to the Committee on School Buildings.
4.22? Great. Item 4.23 is an order by Councilor McLaughlin that the Director of Mobility place speed bumps and other traffic calming measures along Bonaire Street by the Edgerly School.
I'm sorry, I forgot to note that Councilor Mba and Councilor Said would like to be added to the rodent items, all of them. Forgive me, Councilor McLaughlin.
Traffic and parking, please.
That item is referred to traffic and parking.
Item 4.25 is an order by Councilor McLaughlin that the Director of Mobility install a mirror at the entrance of the East Somerville Green Line Station to ensure pedestrians and cyclists can see around the blind corner.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Can we read 4.26 as well?
Item 4.26 is an order by Councilors McLaughlin and Scott that the Commissioner of Public Works increase lighting along the intersection of Joy and Washington Streets.
Very quick, Mr. President. This is the Washington Street East Somerville Green Line Station where East Somerville Main Streets and Culture House recently made very nice artwork down there to highlight the area. I made a post about it and people said, that's great. Can we get some more things? A mirror in that intersection so that people can see around the corner. It's a very sharp blind turn. And apparently that is a part of the Main Streets plan, but it's going to be temporary. I'd like to make sure it's permanent. And then also on Joy Street, which abuts Councilor Scott's ward, lack of lighting there, that would make the area a lot safer. Just move to approve both of them.
These items are approved.
Item 4.27 is an order by Councilor Burnley that the Commissioner of Public Works return the trash receptacle in front of 168 Broadway.
Councilor Burnley.
Thank you. And, through the chair, there used to be a trash can there. It got taken away because the bus moved. Please put the trash can back. There's trash on the ground. Please, thank you.
That item is approved.
Item 4.28 is an order by Councilor Burnley that the Director of Health and Human Services update this council on interdepartmental efforts to establish a warming center at the Cummings School and the repairs needed to accomplish this.
Councilor Burnley.
Just send it to committee. Thank you.
Councilor Wilson would like to sign on. Councilor McLaughlin, if you wish, yeah, please. Okay. This item is approved. I'll just say as the ward councilor and our representative on the school committee, the Cummings School is under the control of the school committee as a former school building. On Monday night, they voted to approve the plan to move forward with creating a warming center. This was the one that was last year at the Armory. The idea is to put it this year at the Cummings School. I'm working with the administration to set up a community meeting for abutters. Notification was sent to the abutters with some amount of information, but obviously there's a lot that is unknown going forward. The city has created a email address for members of the public, warmingcenter@somervillema.gov, where people can reach out, or of course always to me, as I'm happy to answer questions as well. And I would like to sign on to this. I think it's valuable for the council to get a formal update on where this process stands as well. And I saw some hands that want to co-sponsor. Remind me. Councilors Wilson, Said, Mba, Klingon. Thank you. Councilor Klingon.
Thank you, Mr. Just a quick question. Did you say that the school department discharged it to the city, or it already is in the city's purview, the old school building?
On Monday, they passed a motion agreeing to an MOU for this usage for this part of the Cummings School. It's not, they didn't give the Cummings School to the city for all future uses.
Okay, thank you.
That item is approved. Councilor Burnley.
Can that go to school buildings, actually?
Absolutely. This item is referred to the school buildings.
If possible, could we bring it to public health? Because we are discussing that with homelessness in general on the monthly conversations we have.
That item is referred to public health and public safety.
Item 4.29 is an order by Councilor Wilson that the Director of Grants Development and External Funds and the ARPA Director update this council on ARPA grant encumbrances ahead of the obligation deadline of December 31st, 2024.
Councilor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. This order came out of a conversation with our council's finance analyst, who pointed out most municipal contracting takes about 3 months, and we're now inside the final 90 days before the deadline for obligating the ARPA funds. So just given those timelines, I'd love to get an update on this, ideally in Finance Committee, if the President deems that the best venue.
Councilor Pineda-Neufeld would like to sign on, and I deem it appropriate for the Finance Committee.
Item 4.30 is an order by Councilor Wilson that the Director of Parks and Recreation and the Commissioner of Public Works update this council on plans to minimize the timing impacts of future closures of the Ginny Smithers Sanders Pool for periodic maintenance.
Councilor Pineda, Newfeld, and Burnley would like to co-sponsor, and Councilor Said. Councilor Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. As we all know all too well, the Ginny Smithers Sanders Pool at the Kennedy School is closed for periodic maintenance right now. This resulted in the cancellation of Parks and Rec programming and the unavailability of the pool for outside use, like the YMCA swim team, whose season was supposed to start up here shortly. I mean, what's done is done. I'm less interested in how we got to this point now than I am at looking ahead at how we can minimize impacts on programming and availability in the future. Is there a time that would make the most sense from a programming and permitting standpoint to perform this sort of periodic maintenance we know is going to happen again? I'm not sure which committee makes the most sense for this discussion, maybe Public Works and Public Utilities, or possibly the School Building Facilities and Maintenance Committee, since it's in the Kennedy. I have spoken to both the DPW Commissioner and the Director of Parks and Rec. Each of them is eager to come have a conversation about that, so that's encouraging. Yeah.
Let's do school buildings, please.
Item 4.31 is ordered by Councilor Wilson that the Director of Health and Human Services update this council on the status of the Youth Focused Needs Assessment funded in fiscal year 2024 budget.
Councilor Wilson.
Yeah, Mr. President, I don't know how many of us remember this, but in the FY24 budget, there were funds in the Health and Human Services Department's Professional and Technical Services for a youth-focused needs assessment. Given the discussions we've had tonight about the Central Library and the need for spaces for our youth, I'm wondering if this report's been delivered. If so, could we please see that?
That item is approved. I'm sorry, Councilor Klingon would like to sign on.
Got it. Item 4.32 is an order by Councilor Wilson that the Director of Finance and the Budget Director present this council with an updated capital investment plan.
Councilor Wilson.
Mr. President, I've already spoken with Director Bean about this. He assures me this is in the works and on the way, so no need for any sort of committee discussion on it. Just want to put this in the public record and hopefully get it approved tonight.
That item is approved.
Item 4.33 is a resolution by Councilor Wilson that the administration form a task force or commission for short, medium, and long-term planning and coordination of public and private community spaces and programming, including spaces and programming for youth.
Councilor Wilson.
Yeah, Mr. President, we're in this bizarre situation here where we're currently sorely lacking in community space in the city, as we heard about earlier tonight. Meanwhile, there are plans by the administration to establish spaces for youth, plans by numerous private entities like the YMCA and Summer Nova, and an obligation on the part of one private entity in Boynton Yards to build community spaces here. Bodes well for the future. I just want to make sure that there's a holistic view being taken and to some degree of, high-level planning and around community needs and the different community uses of these spaces. I've talked to the administration about this. I just love to see the council use its voice here to back some advanced planning and foresight, just to make sure we don't end up with duplicative community spaces or uses, or even worse, some community needs not being addressed at all. So I don't need this to be sent to committee. I am asking for colleagues' support of this tonight.
I certainly support this. Councilor Klingon would like to sign on. I'd like to co-sponsor. That item is approved. Councilor Said and Amba as well.
Item 4.34 is a resolution by Councilor Wilson that the administration explore activating Somerville High School for community uses outside of school hours.
Councilor Wilson.
Mr. President, we did, I believe Councilor Said spoke about this earlier tonight. We're sitting here lamenting the lack of community space in Somerville, and yet right next door to us is this beautiful, almost still sparkling new high school. I want to see us get the most out of what I believe is still the most expensive public high school building in the state, unless Arlington is open. I don't think they are. So let's talk about what we can do with this building outside of school hours to open it up to the community and put it to the best use possible.
Councilor Scott and Said and Klingon would like to co-sponsor. Would you like that to go to committee, sir?
Sure.
All right, let's send that to school buildings as well.
If I could, Mr. So I don't mind either way, but I am thinking all of this has to do with the library. and like maybe we can just bring it all up at the same time. And I am looking at a date of September 23rd, pending approval from my wife to have that meeting. So maybe if it works, maybe we could do it all at once and have an entire meeting dedicated to this.
Very well. Councilor Said.
Through you, Mr. President, I just wonder if, for this specific item, if you need like SPS, like the superintendent, and those folks that usually do attend the school building, just, in order to make it actually effective and get that feedback from, get input from the superintendent, but.
I think through the president, yeah, if it's better in another committee, that's fine. If we could get the superintendent to attend a public health and safety meeting, if that's possible, because it is, all of this is kind of related, and it just feels like we could have like a multi-hour conversation about this. Up to your discretion, Mr. President.
I can see it being discussed productively in both. Let's stick to public health and public safety for now, and if need be, we can get it into a committee where we get school personnel there as well.
Item 4.35 is a resolution by Councilor Wilson that the administration update this council on plans for the coming school building and Founders Memorial Skating Rink this fiscal year.
Councilor Wilson.
Last one, Mr. President. Talked about the coming school here earlier. That's obvious, wanting to hear some plans on that. Founders Memorial Skating Rink has been teased as a potential site for youth programming as well. I know last year a consultant produced an adaptive reuse feasibility report on Founders. That report did lay out 3 options, so I'm curious whether the administration plans on pursuing one of those options or something totally different altogether. I know the community is really concerned about the loss of ice time, with no ice being planned to put down at Founders. An operation and permitting of ice rinks being handled by a third party now, private third party. So I just want to hear about the impact of the decision on the community and specifically on youth athletics and recreation.
Do you have a committee in mind?
Mr. President, if it were outdoors, it makes sense to send it to open space, but it's not. So no, I don't.
Let's do public utilities, please.
Public utilities, sure.
Councilor Scott would like to sign on. Colleagues, I'd like to take the Land Use Committee as our first committee report because there's deliberation in there.
That is item 6B, a report of the Committee on Land Use, meeting on September 5th, 2024.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. 1 second. Thank you. We met on that date. Everyone who needed to be there was there. We discussed some important items. We discussed a redistricted rezoning of 5 Homer Square that was rejected unanimously. No information was provided from the proposed person. We approved the YMCA. I don't think I need to give a summary on that. Unanimous support. It was great. Recommend approval of that. And then we did take up an item, 14 registered voters requesting a zoning map change on multiple properties in Pearl Street from MR4 to MR6. I requested that the clerk send that video out to people and the details, so I hope people had time to check that out. In summary, it's a building that's a collection of buildings zoned for 4 stories that a proposed developer would like to zone for 6 stories. It was recommended with no recommendation, discharged with no recommendation from the from the committee. The planning board and planning board and the planning department issued no recommendation as well. So it's kind of a what do you want to do situation. I'll give you a chance. Basically, what it came down to, 4 stories to 6 stories. Everyone wanted to hear from the Ward 4 city councilor before they made their decision. There were discussion about the pros and cons about randomly upzoning a property and the merits of the property itself and the project itself. There was a discussion about whether this is considered spot zoning, which I requested an opinion from the solicitor, who sent it to the entire council. If you have not read that, the solicitor basically said that they do not believe this meets the grounds of spot zoning because it covers a collection of properties. So that's where we're at. We get to vote on the YMCA and have a discussion about this property here. And I submit the committee report to be approved.
On the committee report, Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question or clarification, and maybe I'm, I just want to make sure I heard things right, and because the good counsel, the good chair noted that the planning department didn't make a recommendation, but I believe I heard the administration say that they don't support. So I don't know, was there a distinction between the planning department and the administration's testimony that evening?
I believe, in my recollection, yes, the planning board issued no recommendation, and we asked Sarah White from the planning department, who was there. She did state, yes, that the planning department does not think this is the best way to zone, and they would rather do something more comprehensive. So they did make that statement, but they also, if other people who were there can recollect, I do believe she kind of left it a little more ambiguous about our path forward. Not a hard no, but I don't know.
Let's approve the committee report and get these items before us, and then deliberate on the items themselves. So on the committee report, that is approved.
So the first item that is before the council is item 24-0607, which is Mo Rizkallah requesting a zoning map amendment to change the zoning district of 5 Homer Square from NR to UR.
And just, colleagues, this was recommended to not be approved. This, had we asked for a legal opinion, would be spot zoning. We voted against this in committee.
And on that item, Councillor McLaughlin.
No.
Councillor Davis.
No.
Councillor Wilson.
No.
Councillor Said.
No.
Councillor Scott.
No.
Councillor Mba.
No.
Councillor Burnley.
Nay.
Councillor Klingon.
No.
Councillor Strezzo. Councillor Pineda-Newfeld.
No.
Councillor Ewan-Campen.
No.
With no councillors in favor, 10 opposed, and 1 absent, that item is not approved. The next item that will be before the council is item 24-0642, 24-0641. 14 registered voters requesting a zoning map amendment to change the zoning district of 136 School Street from UR to MR6, 95 Highland Ave from NR to MR6, and 97, 99 to 99A, 101 to 103, and 107 Highland Ave from MR5 to MR6. This is what is known as the YMCA. And that item has been approved through the committee report. So on enrollment, Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Councillor Said.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Mba.
Aye.
Councillor Burnley.
Aye.
Councillor Klingon.
Yes.
Councillor Strezzo. Councillor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councillor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 councillors in favor, none opposed, and 1 absent, that item is enrolled. And then on ordainment, Councillor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Councillor Wilson.
Yes.
Councillor Said.
Yes.
Councillor Scott.
Yes.
Councillor Mba.
Yes.
Councillor Burnley.
Aye.
Councillor Klingon.
Yes.
Councillor Strezzo. Councillor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councillor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 councillors in favor, none opposed, and 1 absent, that item is ordained.
Clap for ourselves. Next item, please.
And then the final item from the Land Use Committee that is now before the council is item 24-0642. 14 registered voters requesting a zoning map amendment to change the zoning district of 228, 230, 232, 234, and 236 Pearl Street from MR4 to MR6.
Discussion on this item. Councillor Klingon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Through you, I did watch the meeting live, and I did hear everybody reference that they want to hear from the ward counselor. So I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the citizens. So I just want to be clear. What we have in front of us is a citizens petition, which is a tool that in law is a practice that is used because, as Councillor McLaughlin said in the meeting, government can oftentimes move too slow. So with regards to the parcels and whether or not, so let me just be clear. Between the topography of the area, between the proximity to the Green Line and between the buildings, there's a 8-story building right nearby. This area absolutely is perfect for upzoning to MR6. We want to add those units to a transit area. I think, this is probably, not probably, but I mean, we know that there is citywide, sort of an overhaul, citywide zoning, upzoning in the works, and so, but who knows how long that's going to take. So as far as I'm concerned, do I think these properties should be upzoned to MR6? Yes, I do. I think it makes total sense, and I hope you'll all support that. Now, I don't want to ignore the fact that there is there is a project that there's a proposed project that, it could potentially be built. It could also not be built. But separate from the upzoning that the citizens petition calls for, there is a project, there's a development, and I also support that development in that I support the community, I support the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association's work that they've done with the developer from day one, securing a community benefits agreement, and many different things, including which some of the things I'll go into, but I also want to speak to, we've received emails from at least one individual, only one individual, who has, indicated that community outreach wasn't proper or wasn't robust enough. So first of all, just so it's clear, when you do a map change doesn't require a community meeting. Because there is a developer and potential development out there, I did hold a community meeting so that the abutters and everybody in the area, they flyered, well beyond, I think, the 30 feet, but there was I held a community meeting at 240 Pearl in order to not only discuss the upzoning, but also what the upzoning could mean in terms of this potential project. So I wanted people to understand what was happening as the ward council. That was extremely important to me to make sure that people understood. Even then, there was some talk of, possible language barriers of some of the nearby residents. I actually took a translator down to those houses, and I knocked those doors, and I was able to connect with one of the owners. He owns the two of the properties that are being upzoned, and it was actually kind of awkward. It was an awkward conversation around whether or not he was even the owner. But he did assure me that his wife would be at the meeting, and I did speak to her as well. And she seemed. Let's just say that the houses that are down there, they're in talks with the developer for potential, solution for all of them. So I just want to put that to rest, that everybody is aware of what's happening and everybody has been engaged in the process. And just to highlight that process, some of that engagement, so the Gilman Square Neighborhood Association met with the developer early on. They did a walkthrough of the area. The first thing they did was they asked for a local architect to be hired, which they did. They agreed to, because somebody who's done developments in Somerville and who does really good quality work. So they ended up securing the architect, named, well, whatever, a local architect. I just got my notes all that. No. So a local architect was secured for the project if it goes through. Now, and on top of that, there was just many safety concerns were addressed. Several requests for modification enhancements to the massing design were made following the meeting. Gilman Square Neighborhood Council followed up with commenters and codified those requests into community benefits, setbacks, beautification, street safety, parking concerns. One of the important things that they did was they talked the developer into activating Skilton Street. As most people know, and Matt knows, it used to be his, Skilton Street is sort of it's a private way actually, but it's extremely isolated. It's like where Ed Leathers Park is, and behind that building it makes for a really sort of scary little street to walk down, and this would rectify that. So they, in that CBA, they also, the architect they hired was Marilyn Modinger, yeah. Her firm started in Union Square. She lived in Gilman Square for a period. But the project will engage Skilton Ave as a meaning it should plan that the building does not have a back to it. So they requested that the businesses will front Skilton. This changes Skilton from a back alley, as I said. So if you read the CBA, there's a number of things. And I just want to remind people that, voting to upzone this area, it just creates some potential to an area that is named in the 2040 2040 Summer Vision goals as an opportunity area, as an enhancement area. And so just so I'm clear, voting for this upzoning does not is not a vote for this project. This project is going to have its own public process that's going to play out. We can hold that developer accountable. There will be community meetings, because it isn't a by right project. There will be community meetings and lots of ways to give feedback and to ensure. And that's, again, if the project even happens. So I would just ask, and I hope it does, and I hope, you know, the amount of work that's gone in from the community and the amount, and what this means to them in terms of just kind of starting off the transformation of a transit node right near them and into an area where you could hopefully have a sort of sustaining community where you can have different things you can go to without having to drive, which is what we all talk about. So I'm really hoping that you'll all support this, not only the upzoning, but also, you know, again, tying it with the project, which is, you know, it can't be ignored, but at the same time, it shouldn't be the only consideration. This is a citizen's petition, so I ask that you stand with myself and the Gilman Square Neighborhood Council, which is also it's not a neighborhood association, this is a city-recognized neighborhood council with a CBA in place. So that is where I stand, and I hope you all stand with me and vote to approve this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. That addresses all of my concerns. We had Councilor Burnley, Councilor Wilson, Councilor Davis. Councilor Burnley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'll try to be brief. I appreciate the councilor from Ward 4's work on this, bringing community meetings together, walking around with translators. I did go to one of those meetings about the development in question, which, again, this vote is not about, but it is about, to me, the community having its needs met and its voice listened to by this body. I was really proud to vote to recognize the Gilman Square Neighborhood Council during our previous term. And to me, this is exactly the kind of work that is possible when our community comes together with a shared vision about how we want the city spaces around us to be. This is a citizen's petition. I looked at the applicants. Many of them are my neighbors in Gilman Square who are part of the neighborhood council. Many of them are the people who brought that body together and who have been working with developers and who've been talking to local businesses in order to hear their concerns around everything. And I'll say I have read the emails. I have heard concerns about height and shadow and light and things of this nature. And I think that is all reasonable. And I support both this upzoning and the project as it is envisioned in the CBA. I think, you know, this should be a proud moment. I hope that we can look back on votes like tonight and see that we're helping Gilman Square actually become a vibrant square again, where people can go as a destination and not just a pass-through to another part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Wilson, then Councilor Davis.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. That night in land use, we asked some questions about why, looking at the planning board recommendations, the planning board recommended that the YMCA, we keep calling the YMCA thing, but it's actually just zoning, on School Street and Highland was recommended to be approved by the planning board, whereas there was no recommendation issued for this. And what we got back, basically, as I understood it, centered around the fact that one parcel in that block on the Pearl Street thing was not included for upzoning to MR6. Is the city solicitor with us? Mr. President, through you, I have a question for the city solicitor. Through the President to Solicitor Amara, would amending this item number 24-0642, or item 6B4 on tonight's agenda to include an additional parcel, 226 Pearl Street, and effectively upzone the entire block to Mid-Rise 6, require a fresh public hearing on the item prior to voting on approval?
Solicitor Amara, are you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please.
Through you, Chair, if I understand your question correctly, what's before you to be voted on today and what was noticed in the public notice for the hearing on the zoning amendment did not include parcel 226. So parcel 226 could not be included with the parcels that are before you for vote today without being subjected to a challenge that it wasn't properly noticed. That being said, I have not been asked to review the history of parcel 226, and I have seen nothing that would prevent, in its own situation, 226 independently becoming an M6. But I do not think it can become part of the M6 petition before you tonight because it was not part of the public notice.
Councilor Wilson.
Mr. President, through you to the city solicitor, I appreciate that. Answered my question. Thanks.
Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I just want to kind of briefly close the loop on my comments from the committee the other night on this, and you know, very much appreciate hearing from the good councilor from Ward 4 that's you know, addresses a lot of my concerns. I said in committee that my sort of default position here would be consistent with what we heard from the administration, which is, you know, we should be looking at upzoning sort of more holistically and not in kind of one-off requests. And I still believe that. And I also noted that since 2019, I've been chasing a concept of you know, upzoning coupled with a density bonus, or allowing by way of a density bonus, through which we could obtain community benefits using the tool of zoning that we have. For lots of different reasons, we still don't have that, and I really am hoping and anticipating that that'll be part of the conversation that we have in the larger conversation that the councilor from Ward 4 noted in terms of a you know, citywide transit node related you know, upzoning approach. I'm inclined to support this because I think that well, there are two sort of recognized neighborhood councils in the city, right? Union Square and Gilman Square. And because of that, because of the existence of Gilman Square, and we look at zoning for on the question of the zone itself, not the potential project or the owner or anything else. You know, so if this project were to die and we've now upzoned to Ward 6, Freudian slip, upzoned to MR6. The existence of that neighborhood council, I think, gives me comfort that the thing that I want to do in terms of a density bonus in exchange for community benefits is largely accomplished, and we've seen, you know, it happens that we've seen that through the negotiations that the neighborhood council did here, and the community benefits that the ward councilor mentioned as being, you know, significant and you know, beneficial to the neighborhood. So that allays my concerns, is that the right word? Eases my concerns. In this particular case, someone mentioned in the committee that you know, if you sort of took a step back, it might have been you, Mr. President, if you took a step back, or maybe it was, I don't know, anyways, this is probably what we would do if and when we did take a holistic approach, and this is, you know, it's so why delay that and potentially lose a project? So I'm going to support it for those reasons, but I wanted to make clear that that doesn't mean that, you know, I support the idea of sort of one-off upzoning without better protections to make sure that we share the benefits between what developers will gain from their own developments, what they'll provide to the community in the basic, more housing, more commercial space, whatever the case may be, but also more specific community benefits that are appropriate for that neighborhood, whatever they may be. Here we've got the protection of a neighborhood council. In other places, we don't, or don't yet in some, so I hope we'll see that too. But thank you through you to the Council for Ward 4 for your information, your testimony, and you convinced me.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. You had me at Neighborhood Council. As long as we do have this Neighborhood Council, we've recognized them, they've negotiated a community benefits agreement. I think it is absolutely essential that we listen to these neighborhood councils. We support them. They are established as an essential resource that we are continuing to try to strengthen and spread throughout the entire city. So this is an important moment in that I could look at the CBA and say, man, we would have definitely gone harder down in Union Square. Or, man, I would really have made sure that these benefits not just be attached to a particular developer that might own properties, but was actually enshrined into a deed restriction that then conveyed with the property in the event that the zoning passed and then it went to a new owner, and that whatever new owner would have to take that into account into what they were purchasing. There's lots of different things I could say about that, right? But ultimately, it's not my neighborhood council. However, I am extraordinarily supportive of the neighborhood councils in general, and as such, I'll be voting for this because the Gilman Square Neighborhood Council supports it, has a CBA in place, and I would invite all my colleagues to remember it whenever something else that might involve a CBA negotiation as an upzoning comes before the council. Thank you.
Before the vote, I just want to say two things. First, thank you to Councilor Klingon for all the work that went into this. And this is very clear that this was something that the ward councilor took extremely seriously, did outreach in multiple languages. That is critical. And second, especially when we first started talking about the neighborhood council, I remember a lot of concerns, I think from the public, also from some councilors at the time, including myself, to be frank, that there's a concern that historically neighborhood groups can be kind of like anti-progress in some contexts, right? Can actually be exclusionary, can be try to keep everything exactly the way it is for our benefit. And I would just like to say, welcome to Somerville. I mean, it is such night and day difference, and what we have here is a neighborhood council does not mean that there is unanimity. As we know, these are really complicated and people have really strong feelings, but there is a really, really intentional democratic process to hash out these complex issues and try to get to a negotiated agreement where, in exchange for supporting this type of change, they're getting tangible community benefits, which is what all of us want. So I think this is kind of this is a exciting demonstration of the good that neighborhood councils can do. And with that.
So since this was discharged without a recommendation, first on approval of the amendment to the zoning map to change 228, 230, 232, 234, and 236 Pearl Street from MR4 to MR6. Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Said.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo. Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 councilors in favor, none opposed, and 1 absent, that item is approved. And on enrollment, Councilor McLaughlin. Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Said.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo. Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 councilors in favor, none opposed, and 1 absent, that item is enrolled. And 1 more on ordainment. Councilor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Councilor Wilson.
Yes.
Councilor Said.
Yes.
Councilor Scott.
Yes.
Councilor Mba.
Yes.
Councilor Burnley.
Aye.
Councilor Klingon.
Yes.
Councilor Strezzo. Councilor Pineda-Newfeld.
Yes.
Councilor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 councilors in favor, none opposed, and 1 absent, that item is ordained.
Excellent. Next item, please. Councilor Klingon.
Thank you, and just thank all of you colleagues. And I just want to say you can go and celebrate this upzoning at the Gilman Square Arts and Music Festival this Saturday from 12 to 5. Thank you.
And that returns us to the regular order of business and item 6A, a report of the Committee on Finance, meeting on September 10th, 2024.
Councilor Wilson.
Mr. President, you ready for the shortest Finance Committee report of all time? No, I don't know. The Finance Committee met on Tuesday night, September 10th. All 5 members present, worked through a 25-item agenda in 67 minutes and recommended that you approve all the items listed in this meeting's agenda. It's late. I'll spare you the full committee report, just refer you to the excellent minutes by Clerk Frazier from the meeting. I'll simply give the update that we recommended approval of roughly $20,000 for the appeal of 90 Washington Street in that legal case. And those oral arguments were made in that appeal yesterday morning in Boston. With that, I ask this committee report be accepted as submitted. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Wilson. Seeing no discussion, that committee report is approved.
And that puts 4 items before the council for a roll call vote, and we can do that all together if the council is so inclined. The first of those items is 24-1075, appropriating $150,000 from the Salary and Wage Stabilization Fund to settle pending litigation. Then we have item 24-1150, an amendment to the stormwater drainage easement at 10 to 20 Interbelt Road. Item 24-1151, a maintenance easement and license agreement for 0 Middlesex and Kensington Avenue. And item 24-1160, pedestrian access easement and grant of license for 3 to 5 Hawkins Street. On those items, Counselor McLaughlin.
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Counselor Wilson.
Yes.
Counselor Said.
Yes.
Counselor Scott.
Yes.
Counselor Mba.
Yes.
Counselor Burnley.
Aye.
Counselor Klingon.
Yes.
Counselor Strezzo. Counselor Pineda Newfeld.
Yes.
Counselor Ewan-Campen.
Yes.
With 10 counselors in favor, none opposed, and 1 absent, those items are all approved. And the next item is item 6C, a report of the Committee on Public Health and Public Safety, meeting on September 11th, 2024.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try to be brief because I think almost everybody watched this meeting. I saw a lot of city councilors there. Over 120 people attended remotely for this meeting, mostly revolving around homelessness and substance abuse issues in Davis Square. We had a short, not a public hearing, but supportive of public comment by about a dozen people who ranged in opinions from compassion and desire to get more resources to the unhoused population and people with substance abuse, to people with very legitimate concerns for their own safety. I thought it was a very worthwhile 3-hour meeting that I hope people felt their voices was heard. I want to just highlight one person's comment, who was one of the last speakers, who was a young man, about 18 years old, who basically said he's grown up here his entire life and said that he no longer feels safe going to the park that he's gone to his entire life. And just to talk about the other issue we discussed tonight, to know that young people don't feel safe in their own backyards, in public spaces, is very concerning to me, and that needs to be addressed, but we discussed it that night. One other comment, actually. The strangest point of the night seemed to be the chief, outgoing chief, repeatedly reminding this council that we all passed a policy order in 2021 to deprioritize drug arrests, something that I supported and still support. And it was brought up numerous times as the stumbling block to address any issues in that area. And I pointed out that, you can enforce laws without having to make arrests, and there are many, many other things that are arrestable offenses that are happening in that area that could be addressed. So it was strange to me. I just want to point that out so those who weren't in attendance, that this council apparently, our policy orders have immense power, and we can tell the chief of police what to do, apparently. That was just strange to me, and something that I still have an issue with. I submit this committee report to be approved.
Thank you. Councilor Scott on the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the committee for an incredible meeting and discussion, and to congratulate the chair on the line of the evening regarding the vacant properties ordinance. I also want to really extend my thanks both to the chief for his incredibly thoughtful handling of it, and also for the staff that was present. It's incredibly clear that the city staff working on this are thoroughly educated on harm reduction. They are deeply compassionate people who are working hard with the resources they have to help address the problem. I also want to thank Rivka and other neighbors who spoke up from their own experiences of what it's like to be in those circumstances, and to be trying to help people in those circumstances. I think it's a tough position to be in as staff, feeling very strongly what the right thing is to do, and also to be confronted with the extreme amounts of fear that people are clearly feeling. We have a lot of drug use and a lot of food insecurity and housing instability and unhoused people down in Union Square as well. And something that I've been sitting with since that meeting is thinking about the contrast in experience and public response to the situation we face in Union Square versus what's happening in Davis. We did get an email from one person that I want to highlight. in addition to all the comments that were made that night, we got an email from a Ward 3 resident, Dr. Elizabeth Quinn, and it's an impressive email because Dr. Quinn actually works in opioid treatment. She, and not just opioids, but multiple addiction medicine programs up in Lynn, and is part of the Lynn Mayor's opioid working group. I just want to lift up two things that she said, one of which is actually providing the city with a pathway for what's called a supportive place for observation and treatment. This is something that was actually raised by one of the other commenters in that meeting, which is kind of a step towards the safe consumption site, or the supervised consumption site, or the overdose prevention site, which is the current terminology for it. And it is impressive. I mean, Boston Healthcare for the Homeless is already showing that a spot location is causing reductions in public intoxication in the neighborhood, and that could be something that would be enormously helpful for people in Davis Square. It doesn't require any state legislation. There's no roadblocks to making this happen. It's something that we could be deploying the city's resources, including the $250,000+ that we have from the opioid remediation funds, the ORF, that are currently sitting unspent by the city of Somerville. I think it's an incredibly good place that we could be spending those resources, and I have a lot of confidence coming out of that meeting that the staff that are working this issue understand it really clearly, and I want them to be able to spend that money. Dr. Quinn also raised a point that honestly, she said it in a way that helped me to get over some of my initial emotional reaction about some of the comments in that meeting. Talking about stigma, Dr. Quinn, and this is a medical doctor who works with people who are actively using substances every day, trying to help them. She says that stigma was on display throughout the meeting, normalized by citizens and counselors alike, but was unacknowledged, baked into how we've been taught to think about and categorize people. Again and again, commenters and counselors noted that people who are only unhoused were not problematic and could coexist, but people who use drugs, on the other hand, were assumed to be acceptable targets for arrest and property destruction. Repeatedly using drugs seemed to signal that these were not people worthy of compassion, consideration, or respect. One of the core values of a harm reduction approach is to counter exactly that stigma and dehumanization by asserting respect for the rights of people who use drugs. So, and she closes with a thanks for everybody's robust public participation and the facilitation of the committee in bringing that into the conversation. Again, this is one of those examples of inclusive leadership. I'm glad the conversation happened in committee. I guess I just want to point out that we still have the front of this building lit up purple. We still have the flags in front of City Hall, 14 of them this year, for people that, unfortunately, residents that passed away due to overdose. I appreciate that these are difficult issues. I think there are some very good ideas for paths forward. But I did not want to let this committee report pass, since I'm not on the committee, without putting forward that, as you heard, these people's belongings, sometimes their entire possessions, their lives, are in these squares, are in the places where they find to sleep or to function, and they can't stay with those possessions all the time. And that removing those, destroying those, just puts them one step closer to oblivion, puts them one step farther away from the help that multiple staff in the city and agencies around the city are trying to provide. I think in a very real sense, when we do take action that targets, frankly, people with substance use, we're planting a seed in the front yard of City Hall and waiting until next year to see if it sprouts a flag. So I really appreciate the conversation. I appreciate how challenging it is, and I appreciate all the folks that showed up to make their voices heard. I guarantee you it was heard. 100-plus people in the meeting and every city councilor. So thank you, Mr. President, for giving me a moment to lift up our constituents' voice there. I have nothing but the utmost respect for Dr. Quinn and the work that she's done for years in this field. And just wanted to make sure that her voice is also part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Said.
I'd like to say a few things. I was at the meeting. First, I want to thank Councilor McLaughlin for running an excellent meeting and for having all the stakeholders there, for giving everyone a voice. I did get a chance to thank, during the meeting, I had the chance to thank the city staff and also the chief for putting a lot of time and energy into this. At what point during the meeting, I had this feeling that I want to share that the whole time, almost 3 hours, we were talking about homeless folks, but they weren't there. And I want to thank Hannah from the Somerville Homeless Coalition because through her, I think we learned a lot about these individuals, and some of them maybe were our neighbors, our community members. So I really want to take a moment and really thank her for, I think through her, we learned a lot about them, and she was kind of the voice there for these individuals.
Thank you all. That committee report is approved.
Item 7.2 is a request of the mayor requesting ordainment of an amendment to Articles 2 through 7, 9 through 11, 13, and 15 of the zoning ordinance to make corrections, clarifications, and regulatory framework improvements.
Referred to land use with a copy to planning board.
Item 7.3.
Councillor Wilson.
Did I miss one? I'm sorry, it's been a long night.
Would you like to waive the readings
we're waiving the readings of
7.3?
7.3, 7.4, 7.6 to 7.9, and requesting those be sent to finance. I hope I got those numbers right.
That's correct. Those items are referred to finance.
Mr. President, we can waive the readings of 7:10 and 7:11 and send them to confirmations, please.
Those items are referred to confirmation of appointments.
Item 7.12 is a request of the mayor requesting approval of an exemption for Brandon Lafee under Mass General Law, Chapter 268A, Section 20B.
Questions on this? Seeing none, that item is approved.
Item 7.14 is a communication of the mayor conveying an update on the establishment of a youth advisory committee.
That item is placed on file.
Item 8.1 is an officer's communication from the planning board conveying recommendations for items 24-0679 and 24-0680.
Placed on file with a copy to land use.
Item 9.1.
Councillor Burnley.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to ask that to waive the readings and to move for approval of items 9.1 through 9.21, as well as 10.10 and 10.11.
Those items are approved. Thank you.
Item 9.22 is a public communication from Daniel Kayarga submitting comments regarding Seven Hills Park.
That item is placed on file, and unless there's objection, we'll waive the readings of 9.23 to 9.25 and place those items on file as well.
Do you want to send, sorry, I missed.
Oh, I'm sorry, and 23 would send a copy to land use, please.
Thank you. Item 10.1 is an order by Councilor Scott that the Director of Housing prepare an artist studio conversion guide to encourage owners of vacant properties to create more artist space.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to keep my speeches on these items short because the hour is late, as Councilor White would have once said. This is just very simple. We have, in Ward 2, a lot of fab buildings. There is enormous investment in maintaining the strength and security of the fab zoning. But overwhelmingly, as those properties become vacant, they are remaining vacant. And it's ridiculous because these owners could be making money just simply by having artist studios and practice space there. I think one of the major barriers there as people come into these properties is just not knowing how to go through the process of establishing a new artist studio building. I would challenge somebody to point to an artist studio building that was created in this city in less than, more recently than 40 years ago. And that's crazy. We've got the properties. We have the vacant properties that are not coming into our vacant property ordinance, and it would seem like a very straightforward thing to do for the city to not even streamline the process, but just simply make the process known in public of how you can turn your vacant building into a thriving art community that would bring revenue to you. So it's my hope that that the relevant city departments will work with me and hopefully put something like that out. Thank you.
I'm going to sneeze, and then I'm going to send this to committee. No, it passed. Would you like this to go to committee?
You know, honestly, it doesn't need to go to committee. I'm just happy to have it approved tonight. It has the director of housing on here. That's not, I think, what I submitted, unless I'm hallucinating. But just relevant city departments, please.
Excellent. That item is approved.
Item 10.2 is an order by Councilor Scott that the Director of Planning, Preservation, and Zoning collaborate with this council on updating the zoning ordinance to require all new construction to place electrical transformers below ground.
Oh, boy.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is one of my personal little bugbears. We found out not too long ago that it is, while it might have been the policy of the planning department on projects where they have discretion, they strongly encourage new transformers to be vaulted. It is not, in fact, something that's required, especially by rights projects like the apartment buildings that go up in UR districts. For those who might not be familiar with this problem, this is a problem where a project can go all the way through community meetings. It can go all the way through permitting, and people will think there's going to be a nice little patch of open space, someplace where folks can sit, maybe a little gathering spot. And then when the project comes around to fruition, it actually is just a concrete pad with a giant electrical transformer mounted on it because, shocker, the above-ground poles that we have in Somerville that support our transformers and our power lines do not actually provide enough electrical service for these large multi-unit buildings. There is an alternative. Every one of these transformers, every one of these eyesores that occasionally explode could be put underground in a concrete vault. However, it may not shock any of my colleagues to know that that's not a very popular approach with developers because it costs a little bit more money to actually buy the vault, excavate, and put the equipment underground. So I would like to not have that discussion ever again and just simply put that requirement into law. I am working with our policy analyst, Mr. Salisbury, on this. This is adjacent to, but not directly linked to the prospect of undergrounding all electrical equipment in Somerville. That's a separate discussion. But it is my hope that this item would just serve as that bookmark that we can hopefully bring back once the planning department works with our analyst and me to get something on the books. Thank you.
Excellent. We will refer this to land use.
Item 10.3 is an order by Councilor Scott that the Director of Planning, Preservation, and Zoning reconsider the policy of allowing lot splits and mergers as administrative approvals rather than special permits.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Y'all, I'm going to ask for your patience here because this is in the weeds. If you read our zoning, you might be forgiven for thinking that anytime somebody wants to split a large lot into two smaller lots or combine multiple lots into one large lot, that it would require a site plan approval process, which involves multiple neighborhood meetings and lots of review. However, it turns out that most of these are being approved as minor alterations on an administrative basis, which normally doesn't make a whole bunch of difference. However, we are seeing negative impacts from this in multiple projects, not just in Ward 2. In Ward 2, it's resulted in some very odd lot assemblies that have led to some very controversial projects being approved that frankly snuck up on the neighborhood. As we continue to try to upzone and allow larger scale projects, the unintended consequences of some of these lot interactions are going to get worse because we are removing more projects from the customary neighborhood meeting process that people are familiar with to something that is a by rights approval. That's a very salutary goal. But when you can have lot dimensions change without public input, then what somebody expects is what's allowed on a lot suddenly becomes drastically different. In some cases, this can lead to very distressing project changes next door. In some cases, it can actually lead to a reduction in affordability. We are starting to see projects in the city, not in my ward, but in other places, where a lot is purchased. Maybe it's 57 feet wide, let's say, or 54 feet wide. And as long as that lot is wide enough that you could split it and still fit, for example, 2 semi-detached triple-deckers on those 2 adjacent lots, all of a sudden you end up with functionally the same kind of what could have been, under its existing zoning, a 6 to 14 unit building with the associated affordable housing components, that 20% affordable housing, instead becomes suddenly 2 distinct legal lots, each with a semi-detached triple-decker on it. It's the same 6-unit building, it just doesn't come with any affordable units. So this kind of lot split by administrative discretion actually becomes an end around to the affordability goals that this council not just set forth, but ordained. So I think this is something that requires some discussion in land use. I understand it's a little bit arcane, but the concrete ills of it can be seen in multiple examples throughout the city. One of those times I wish I was on land use, but I will leave it to my colleagues there, hopefully to engage in a thorough discussion. If anybody would like more background information or details going into that conversation, I'm happy to provide it. Thank you.
Thank you. That item is referred to land use.
Item 10.4 is an order by Councilor Scott that the Director of Inspectional Services issue a citation to the owner of 91 Prospect Street and 10 Oak Street for not having a dumpster license and failing to clean and secure their site.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you. This one's for Dorinda. And honestly, for everybody in the neighborhood, these are properties that are flagrant violators that have gone years without actually having dumpster licenses, have gone years without actually having permission to use their site as a storage shed, garage, and construction wayside. And in the case of 10 Oak, has been a festering pit full of weeds and mosquitoes for going on 6 years now. So just once again, asking for a little bit of assistance down there. Thank you.
That item is approved.
Item 10.5 is an order by Councilor Scott that the Commissioner of Public Works clear the overgrowth on the sidewalks of Allen Street, Prospect Street, and Webster Avenue, and that the Director of Inspectional Services cite the property owners accordingly.
Councilor Scott.
Thank you. This is becoming a bit of a perennial order on my part because we have some perennial neglectful landlords. In this case, the owners of several redevelopment parcels in the Union Square area, as well as the right-of-way owned by the MBTA or MassDOT over the Green Line and down on Allen Street as well. So we have in the past had DPW go down and do the city the favor of clearing this overgrowth, in some cases by private property owners. Wouldn't mind, kind of dovetails some of the discussion that we had earlier about citations to property owners. Wouldn't mind if we actually billed the billionaires for having to cut their vegetation back. Thank you, sir.
That item is approved.
Item 10.8 is an order by Councilor McLaughlin that the ADA coordinator take the necessary measures to ensure ADA compliance for the second floor of 165 Broadway for the purposes of expanding youth services.
Councilor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the subject of youth spaces, areas for the kids to go, we have a place in East Somerville. It's been there for decades. It is an area, it's a place on the second floor on 165 Broadway, staffed by people trained to deal with at-risk youth and encourage them to mobilize themselves and organize. I'm talking about Teen Empowerment, which is a program that's been there for many years now. No ADA access to the second floor, so it severely limits its use. This is a place that could easily be turned into a teen center if we invested some money in that. Quick aside, not on a, what's the phrase I'm looking for? On an unfunny note, my brother Danny, who many of you probably know, used to work at Teen Empowerment. In the early days of this place, at the height of the MS-13 craze, he was surrounded by a group of teenagers there. Someone pulled a knife on him. There was a lot of drama going on down there. Never once did they close this place down. I'd like this to go to Public Health and Safety.
That item is referred to Public Health and Public Safety. Councilor Shrezzo, excuse me. Sign on.
Want to waive the next one?
Yes, we'll waive item 10.9 that was addressed before and placed on file.
And item 10.12 is a public communication from 409 individuals, including one resident, submitting comments regarding a ceasefire.
That is placed on file.
And that brings us to the end of the agenda for the evening, Mr. President.
Are there late items?
There are 7 late items before the council. I'm just kidding. There are no further items before the council.
Seeing no further items, do we roll call to adjourn? No. We're adjourned. Have a great night, everybody.
What'd you say?